Good morning, everybody. Welcome here to Leuven, KU Leuven, the Irish College. Maybe it's going to be our last meeting in person here at KU Leuven before the spring due to the COVID situation. So we organize this as a safe environment. We keep the masks on unless, of course, we speak. We keep the distance, and also for lunch, we've organized lunch in 2 adjacent rooms with enough space in between the seats. So happy to see, at first for me, some of you here, some of the key players in this Horizon 2020 Extremely United project. At KU Leuven here with Erkan Tuguslu and some other people whom we will meet also today, because they will give a short presentation, but Erkan was the main investigator. We were responsible for delving into some of the literature, academic research to be used as then a background for the series of campaigns that have been launched on the website and have been used in your countries. So we also organized in Leuven 3 academic webinars that are on the website, presenting research on online extremist ideologies, specifically tackling 2 narratives: Islamist extremism, that have traveled across local contexts to become a global phenomenon. With the arrival of populist parties and movements, on the one hand, over the last years, populist parties and actors have mobilized an important number of people through campaigns and have radicalized mainstream politics. And on the other hand, the jihadi Islamist movements added to the polarization of social and political debates by engaging in violent action. So these 2 discourses feed one another and create this vicious cycle that increases public hostility, either towards the minority or a majority of people. And we also have discovered, and we also know and experience, that a lot is happening in the virtual world. Social media have become an important distribution channel for radical content like extremist propaganda, conspiracy theories, hate speech. And researchers found that even Google searches for benign, for a political language can be connected to overtly violent, radical search results. Even watching counter-extremism videos on YouTube increases the likelihood of exposure to radical content due to, for instance, the recommendation algorithms that link seemingly similar content with one another. So the confrontation with radical content online is commonly seen as a potential fuel for developing extremist attitudes. And there's, of course, different levels, different degrees of extremity to radical content that can be found online. There is, for instance, the populist far-right parties who share content that can be characterized as radical, yet they do not go as far as openly advocating violent acts, at least not in open platforms. Another common narrative is the differentiation between the in and the out group, and the most severe versions of radical narratives are open promotions of violent acts. So cognitive biases that are presented and documented in the literature, like in-group, out-group bias, negativity bias, also the fair world hypothesis or fair world fallacy, they all describe instances in which cognitive processes produce representations that are systematically distorted from certain aspects of objective reality. So the main explanations for why humans employ cognitive biases when processing information are overwhelming complexity combined with limited cognitive processing abilities in this high-choice environment that we live in. Threat management also in social situations, and self-preservation, self-protection. So these biases align very well with narratives extremists commonly use to build on relevant mechanisms of information processing. Extremists have been shown to rely on narratives that pin the in-group against the defined out-group, portray diffuse threats to gain attention, especially in that highly mediatized environment, and they discuss violent solutions that are justified means given the actions of the targeted oppressor. So we know that from the literature, and this has all been, I think, used in order to come up with these extremely united campaigns, because these are exactly designed to counteract this negativity bias, this in- and out-group bias, and the just world fallacy. Let's start, without further ado, with Christoph Busch.
Good morning. My name, indeed, okay, thank you. My name is Christoph Busch. I'm the director of the newly founded Hannah Arendt Institute in Belgium. It was founded 1.5 years ago by the Free University of Brussels and the University of Antwerp, currently joined by the Catholic University of Leuven and University of Ghent. And what we try to do is actually bridging the academical field and the field of practice, where we try to translate, to valorize research findings on diversity, urbanity, or citizenship to specific challenges within our societies. And what we're doing is specifically on the topic of polarization, disinformation, and hate speech, is trying to translate these research findings into programs for local administrations, how local administrations can tackle polarization dynamics, to understand clearly what polarization means and how this is a very ambiguous concept, and also how they can communicate around disinformation, around hate speech, and etc. And in that light, I've brought a presentation focusing on polarization dynamics, and mainly also on the topics that are hot topics today on identity, on truth decay, on disinformation that is willingly spread, and really rising tensions, frictions within our society, and adding, of course, in the direction of toxic polarization. I want to share some insight in how we look, which models we use, and how we try to translate it to local administrations. The presentation is called Polarization, the Micro-Macro Problem, and I want to start with a short movie clip of a commemoration in Amsterdam. It's really silent in the first minute.
En ze rennen ineens heel snel weg na de 2 minuten op de Dam. En onmiddellijk wordt de koningin en haar gevolg op een veilige plek weggeleid. Wat er precies aan de hand was, dat kunnen we niet helemaal zien.
So I'm going to stop it here. What you saw was a commemoration more than 10 years ago at the Central Square at Amsterdam. It's the yearly commemoration commemorating the deaths during the Second World War. And what you have heard this person screaming was called the Dam Screamer. It was a rather idiot who started screaming during this commemoration. And then something was dropped and made a rather loud bang, and this was a reaction, what you saw. And for me, this was a really intriguing moment to see what is happening here, because this entire square is filled with people who are rational individuals, reflecting upon their situations, and suddenly fear spreads into the mass, and everybody is reacting, of course, in this very direct stimulus from something is happened. Of course, this is related with the attacks, with a heightened sense of fear for attacks in Central Europe and etc. And later, of course, this damn screamer was firstly interrogated and later came on many television shows stating what actually his intention was, disturbing this commemoration. Why do I find this a very intriguing document? It's actually because of the micro-macro problem. This is the very same case you can see here. You see this Nazi manifestation where a lot of people are making the Hitler greet. And specific one individual in the mass is not doing this. And of course this intrigued a lot of historians to see why isn't he bringing the salute to Adolf Hitler, because a normal form of behavior in these group dynamics would be bringing also this salute. And what the story is behind this photo and his disobedience to the group norms is actually that he was married with a Jewish wife. And of course, after the Nuremberg laws in 1935, it was forbidden to have these intermixed marriages between Germans and Jewish people in Nazi Germany. And this is actually also the reason, and that explains a little bit our logo, this one eye that is opened in a mass of eyes that is actually shut to see what is actually happening within our society. For me, these are examples that focus on the micro-macro problem. We are rational beings, we are rational individuals, but of course we can not only think and reflect upon our behavior, our position, our reactions to what is happening around us, but also we have a lot of intuitions that are stimulated, that have a sort of evolutionary mechanism behind it. And in its essence is actually the problem we need to tackle, how collective adaptive systems work. So for me, I have a very system-oriented focus on how human behavior is getting shaped. And when you study complex adaptive systems, yes, then you go, of course, to other species, like the humans. Other species are also living in collectives. And you see these forms of swarm intelligence. Swarm intelligence that is actually coming out of the interactions between the species themselves in a swarm, in a flock. And you see here this swarm or flock of birds or this swarm of fishes. And they are reacting on their environment and they follow a specific set of rules, very simple rules, a simple set of rules that show very complex but very recognizable patterns and trends. And it resulted in tackling this problem because I started actually in analyzing how Nazi perpetrator behavior was getting shaped within the concentration camp system, and more specific, the Nazi guards in Auschwitz, how their mindset, their framework of reference actually shaped their behavior and what kind of rational mechanisms, but also intuitive mechanisms really resulted in these processes of perpetrator behavior. And one of my promoters focused me on this aspect of swarm intelligence, swarm behavior on these rules. And I actually started looking into how ant colonies behave. And it resulted in some ant colonies I now have at home. My partner still doesn't like that. But actually to see how for us, this bundle of very individual small creatures are actually reacting, interacting with each other, communicating through pheromones, and through these communications, local small forms of communications, you see a form of swarm intelligence, you see ant colony optimization dynamics that is being implemented also in the human world for package delivery and etc. And of course, the essence is that the level we need to focus is not the one specific ant, but it's actually the superorganism. So when you look at ant colonies, one colony is actually one superorganism, and it lives for the time the queen is living and producing eggs. And of course, all the other ants are working towards the further existence of the superorganism, the colony. So what you see here also is Trophallaxis is sharing food within their social stomachs because it's actually on a social level that food is being distributed. For me, this is, of course, a huge gap between ants and human behavior and Auschwitz camp guards, of course. But it brought me the insight that actually what the processes we are studying are complex adaptive systems. And so this is very important to realize that when you look at dynamics of polarization or radicalization, it is this complexity and this very layered forms of causality we need to integrate, not only in analyzing the dynamics we want to challenge, to tackle, but also to see which new forms of paradigms, which new paradigms we need to actually shift away from often monocausal theories on polarization and radicalization, and to focus on the interactions between several levels of causality, of causal factors influencing this process. So this ant-like introduction to focus mainly on what is happening abroad in the entire world for the moment, that is a serious rise of polarization dynamics. And what we try to do with the Hannah Arendt Institute, firstly, is to inform people who tackle, who focus on the media content, on the political content, on all kinds of aspects, that polarization dynamic is very ambiguous. It's a very complex phenomenon. And this polarization dynamic can be really enriching for your democratic societies, but can also cause great problems and can really threaten also the same democratic societies. And what we try to do is to explain that you have actually two forms of polarization. And the distinction we see within the literature is the first is the political, thematic, or ideological form of polarization dynamic that is actually focusing on legitimate topics. Political topics that needed to be discussed, like institutional racism, forms of democratical renewal that is necessary, and etc. And when you highlight the reasons why some specific change needs to be implemented in a society, and you focus on the ball, then this is actually a very needed form of polarization, and is not really hurting your democratic environment, but it's really helping in it. My example that I always give is when you look at voting rights for women. In Belgium, it was given in 1949, so the first half of my grandmother's life, she had no political voice in Belgium. In the second part, she had a political voice. So something changed and was polarized on a political level, so there was voting rights for women in the Belgian society after 49. It's a clear example how you need to use polarization dynamics to change. But of course, polarization has a tendency to shift away from the ball to negative labels, sometimes dehumanizing labels, focusing on groups, males, females, or specific groups. And then we talk within the literature on toxic, affective, or social or interethnic polarization dynamics. And the result, of course, when you have these toxic forms of polarization, that is that the social fabric of your society is shrinking, it's getting broken up, and you have a lot of examples, of course, when you look at the United States, when you look at the Brexit story, of course, you see that even today there is very strong social fabric broken up between Remainers and Brexiteers who are not going to have a Christmas party next month, still because the legitimate topic, do you need to stay within or without the EU, was shifted in this toxic, effective form of polarization, really breaking up your society. And so I tried to make this clear in this continuum you saw, that actually the yellow side, the polarization dynamics, this is what currently is at a rise in our society. You can go into two directions. If you're going into the political direction, you go into the direction of activism, of pinpointing problems that a democracy should tackle. And of course, you have there the level of civil disobedience, which a normal democracy must include. And this is actually focusing on the changes necessary. But if you go in the other direction, you will have this toxic form, and often you see that there is this legitimization of violence, and that's the direction, of course, towards extremism. And if there is a usage of violence, is of course in the direction of violent extremism, of terrorism. So this yellow playing field is really important to help your society, your citizens, and your administrations in trying to shift away from toxic polarization in the direction of political polarization. And of course, this is not coming out of nowhere. It's a result, I think, of very large-scale dynamics like globalization, like, of course, acceleration through digitization of our world. Even the pandemic problem we see now, a lot of people see us here sitting, of course, before the cameras, are back in a more virtual world, being influenced with a lot of informational storms coming towards them. And of course, we see that social media or new information or communication technology is influencing this playing field of polarization. And I want to here highlight the book by Jonathan Haidt, who is an evolutionary psychologist, who is really focusing not only how ratio and intuitions are influencing people, their behavior, but also how this new information technology is creating filter bubbles, echo chambers, and etc. I won't discuss all the topics, but when you look at social media and how algorithms are shaping the forms of informational flow, the first stage of Facebook was actually a CV page, and you got connected with friends you studied with, and that was it. That was Facebook. But then you had the timeline, you had the share button, you had the like button, you have a lot of sort of social dynamics that were added, and that is really creating sort of resonance mechanisms in the informational flow that could be problematical. It's not that social media are all bad, it's also a serious advantage having social media in exposing human rights problems, etc. But of course you have very positive and you have very negative effects. He is talking, Jonathan Haidt, on the moral grandstanding we see, of course, in this new information technology, a sort of outrage machinery, a lack of authentic communication and filtration processes we have in normal physical contexts, of course. Why is this important? Because it's actually, of course, influencing our framework of reference. And it is this framework of reference that gives us a sort of framework of acting within. An example that I always use is, of course, when you're a member of the Flat Earth Society, thinking that the Earth is not a globe. And if you have the opportunity to join me for a 6-week during cruise on this globe, but there is no captain. So we just push the steer in a direction and we see where we will go with the boat. Then probably if you're thinking that you are a member of the Flat Earth Society and the first representation of this flat Earth is that the water is dropping down on the sides of this Earth. Well, if this is your reference, your framework of reference, then you won't join me on this cruise. And that's really rational.
Why? Because you fear that probably the boat will come on to the side of this flat earth and will drop off the earth. So it's really rational behavior in a sort of, yeah, for us, if you believe that the earth is a globe, of course, it's an absurd framework of reference. But this is actually the problem we need to tackle. Which framework of reference do people have where their framework of acting is a result of course? And what we see, of course, nowadays is that after periods of radicalization in the direction of extremism, violent extremism, you see a lot of dynamics of groups who have this mechanism of mirror radicalization. How one group is leading in dynamics in interaction, another group to the extremes. And I want to highlight here the book by Fatali Moghadam, who is one of the writers of a very widely used model of radicalization, and the staircase model on radicalization. Well, in 2017, in a further analysis of what was happening in the direction of radicalization, he focused on mutual radicalization and how actually groups are triggering each other. And this is actually where we are in now in our society. And I won't follow all the stages and the specific steps, but of course it's concentrated on group mobilization, on extreme in-group cohesion, and an antagonistic identity transformation. Three very large elements in a process where groups trigger each other to the extremes. And this is actually, of course, a sort of model that is of course, tries, on the reductionistical way, of course, tries to explain very complex dynamics, complex adaptive systems, which we could summarize on mechanisms of othering and belonging. And for us, this is a very interesting insight, because from our theory, where we look upon mechanisms of radicalizations, we really use the model by Daniel Köhler. Daniel Köhler is the director of the German Institute on Radicalization and De-radicalization, an institute with a lot of expertise, and of course Germany has a lot of expertise in radicalization processes. And what is his theory? His theory is focusing on plurality. And he calls actually this process of radicalization a process of depluralization. And you see here on the scheme, on the figure you see there above, you see two arrows. One arrow is showing, is going downwards, and it's actually the arrow of a sort of downfall of alternative concepts and solutions in the direction of a sort of binary framework. When you look on the topic on migration, you see nowadays that in our society we have these discussions between open or closed borders. Not about the manifold options in between. It's the extreme options we're discussing now and politicians are writing books upon. And the rising arrow you see is actually the arrow of the field ideological necessity to act. And when you have this rise of urgency to act and a sort of depluralizing process, then of course you come in the problematical stages where this binary framework of toxical good versus evil could lead towards further radicalization processes, of course. You see this very typically within your society, because this downfall of pluralization is mainly translated in crisis narratives that Berger has described, that are focusing on dystopian, conspiracy-related sort of or apocalyptical form of narratives that we see a rise in, of course, in this more digitized, accelerated world. And during this process, all kind of values and norms and concepts are redefined. When you look now in Belgium, the extreme right-wing parties are discussing on the freedom of speech, because you want to tackle some of these binary framework of reference, and they are now propagating that they're protecting the freedom of speech. So you see that there is a new, there is a new way of defining these alternative concepts and solutions. A very clear example was a report made by the Institute for Strategic Dialogue on the mainstreaming of the Great Replacement theory, how during 11 years sorry, how during 11 years the replacement theory as a conspiracy theory shifted into the mainstream media and into the mainstream thinking of a very large audience. And then you see, of course, that the problem, you can't really good read it here in white, but then you see, of course, the problem that is being discussed then is the population dynamics and, of course, the migration and the rise of diversity, not by a conspiracy, but by globalization. The solution is then, of course, migration, stop migration or re-immigration. And the vision of the future is a white Europe, preventing a sort of Eurabia that from this conspiracy is being presented. The problem is if you have a sort of continuous level of these kind of narratives, and combined with a sense of urgency to act, this is what Daniel Köhler calls the time bomb effect. What can we do about it? It's actually a really intriguing theory because you can really refocus on a process of pluralization within your society. Why I do think this theory is so usable is because it also focuses on language and how language is really shaping frameworks of reference. And you can actually measure which kind of language is used that is dehumanizing, that is depluralizing, or language that is pluralizing specific frameworks of reference. And of course, this repluralization process is very important and needs to be tackled within what I would call, of course, the decay of truth area, or the post-truth area we're in. And we see that specific problems we need to tackle, of course, how truth is being lived on and how we live, of course, in an environment where we speak about alternative truths and other truths. When you look at MI7 and tearing down with missiles this civilian airplane, then, of course, you have the European international community, their point of truth, and then the Russians are stating, yeah, but we have another version of the truth. And this is, of course, a problem. There is one truth that resulted in bringing down this airplane, of course. So what we need to do is really focus also on mechanisms that are not new, the truth decay. I want to show you this very good report by Rand on truth decay, analyzing how truth is, in a historical perspective, was for 4 episodes in the American history under pressure. I think we can focus here a little bit on the contents. It's really not good readable, it's a bad background. But the problem is that you lose, of course, factualness. You have a lot of more impact by opinions, by the resonance these opinions get in a society, and the facts are getting in a sort of second stage. And you see that, of course, polarization dynamics, information technology, the challenges on the educational level are very important to tackle, and of course you have solutions into that directions. And it's interesting to see that during the American episode, and I was hoping to find more European-related research, but that, of course, this historical and international analogies, these trends you see, often they found solutions specifically related on truth decay. So we need to focus on educational interventions, media literacy, improving the information market, institutional evolutions and structures, bridging social gaps, and this is very important in repluralizing your society, in use the same technology like artificial intelligence and algorithms in sort of process of repluralization. Do this mainly focusing also on the behavioral scientists insights, how mainly intuitions of large groups are influencing behavior, and of course make work on self-scanning of organizations, how media is amplifying specific narratives that are highly problematical for our society. So in a nutshell, what my focus was is how polarization would be the main topic we need to focus on. It is the main topic within our large framework framework of reference today, and to explain people how polarization is not the enemy, but we need to focus on the political legitimate topics, and to help people if they're shifting in the toxic polarization dynamic, how they can refocus on the specific problem that needs to be challenged. And of course, this process of repluralization will be one of the major challenges within a European or a global level to prevent further problems. And of course, repluralizing is something you do together. So I think this is, of course, the topic of this conference, how you can repluralize your societies with the social fabric and with all the ends and humans in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bush, for this insightful overview of some literature from US and also from Europe. Really interesting to reframe and orient a bit the polarization mechanisms and what is at stake. We now go to our second speaker, Ans de Nolf, who is a doctoranda. She's preparing her PhD. She's a PhD candidate at the Institute for Media Studies here in KU Leuven, and she interviewed Muslim young people. And the topic of the speech will be how they cope, what are their coping mechanisms dealing with discrimination, polarization, and what is the role also of media, both legacy media, traditional media, and social media. What came up in these talks that she had over the last months online and face-to-face with Muslim youth? Hans, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm just making sure I'm seated right and taking my mask off. So I'm very glad to be here and to meet all of you, because my topic of research is Islamophobia in itself. So with my title, The Big Bad Islam, How Young Muslims Cope with Islamophobia in Flanders, I think that's the core of it. But like Christophe before me, I want to illustrate it with some media here. So in the top, for you, it's left, I think, you can see the daily reality of young Muslims, not only in Flanders, but I think in the Western world. So the top left is a demonstration in Brussels against Islamization, or the so-called Islamization of Europe. You can also see a demonstration against the building of mosques. This one is in the United Kingdom, but it's not only just in the United Kingdom, of course. You see Muslims being shunned on the street and being blamed within their daily lives. And you see, or you painfully also see the hate crimes that come along with it. So for me, and not only for me, for young Muslims all over the world and older Muslims, Islamophobia is a real and urgent problem with very real-life consequences, like unfair treatment by the justice system, discrimination, and even rejection from society. So this also reflects a little bit on the term Islamophobia. I'm just going to go quickly over this because I do not want to give it too much attention, but there are some voices that are against the term Islamophobia in itself, with claims that Islamophobia is used to silence any critique of Islam, or that on the other side it's used to really normalize extreme violence and extreme thoughts, because it's just Islamophobia, between big brackets here. But I will look at it from this. You can see the definition on the screen. It's from de Koning, and he said that Islamophobia is a set of prejudice, stereotypes, and discrimination that Muslims face because of a one-sided, negative, and stigmatizing interpretation of their religious tradition. Or, a little bit shorter, it's a fear, hatred, and prejudice towards perceived Muslims. The perceived part is also very important here, because it not only targets Muslims in itself, but everyone who has the so-called characteristics of a Muslim. So if you look Muslim, if you act Muslim, you will most likely be confronted with Islamophobia in your daily life. So this is the context of my research. There is a lack of recognition worldwide of this problem of Islamophobia. I don't think I have to tell all of you that, because you're all here and you're in Extremely United. And I think your work is very important because we need to get the word out. It is a problem. And there's also this confusing terminology. A lot of terms are being used, like anti-Muslim sentiment, Islamophobia, anti-Muslim discrimination. And it's because of what I said earlier, like that Islamophobia may be being used for the wrong reasons, but because of all that terminology, work like the Hannah Arendt Institute is very, very needed, because all the evidence is scattered all over academia, and it needs to come back to each other and relate to each other. So this, in combination with that, when Islamist research is mostly like they research how problematic the Islamic culture is, and not why it's perceived as problematic, or even how Muslims experience that problematization of Islam. So it's very, it's needed that someone looks at it, and I'm not saying that I'm gonna cure it all, so I hope to inspire all of you to help me with it and to make your own research. But I started together with Professor Leen Danes and Professor Mekki Beranda. I started small in Flanders, and I asked a twofold question. How do young people really experience Islamophobia, and how do they cope with it? And they could answer in their own words. It was a very open interview. I had a guidance, of course, but they could give their own input, make their own remarks, and I would take that to the other interviews. And I added another focus earlier this year, because media came up a lot. And it's not only because I'm from the Institute of Media Studies, it's also, like Christophe mentioned, a very important, it brings information to people, and it reaches a lot of people. So it's very important to also look at that. So on the experiencing part, I'm gonna go right into my results now. On the experiencing part, all painfully obvious, all my informants experience Islamophobia in their daily lives. It has a lot of ways that it came into their lives, or that they felt like it. But for example, they felt there was an us versus them thinking, like the us, it's a non-Muslim, it's Flemish, they were born here, they really thought it was one big family, and then they felt like they were the them. Not because they felt like they were the them, but because they were treated like the other group. I think Alexander will also grasp on that with his othering perspective. And also they felt discriminated in the workplace, at school, even within friend groups. And as a result, they felt kind of rejected by our society. And I really hope we can do better as a society and not let them feel like this. And I selected this quote by Mira, that's also on the screen behind me. I hope you can read it. That for me represents how they felt. So I'm gonna read it to you. Mira said, racism, we really live it. It's out of control. If there's one thing people can't stand, it's Muslims. And of course, this is one quote, there was a context, but she told me this while telling me about all the things she faced in her daily life. So it's really a daily reality for her and for a lot of young Muslims out there. Of course, it wouldn't be academic research if there weren't any mediating factors and context to it. So there are mediating factors, luckily they are, because that means we can interfere. So for example, the age of the victimizer played a role. A lot of young Muslims indicated that older people seem to be more harshly towards them than young people, that young people are willing to change, they're open for conversation, and they tend to be more welcoming towards them. Another one is the place of residence. So when an aggressor, so the person portraying Islamophobia, comes from a small town or a very homogeneous town where there's not a lot of diversity, they tend to be more harsh towards young Muslims because they just haven't had any positive relations with them. And that relates to another mediating factor, and that's the positive contact with young Muslims, or the lack of positive contact. Because in media, in news, in social media, the negative tends to outbalance the positive. So when you only come in contact with stories about terrorists, about people living out of our social system, about the negative parts that are there but are so small, then it's not crazy to think they will think that about all Muslims and all people who look Muslims. What is obviously a misconception that still lives in our society and in the social debate around a lot of themes like migration, but also just inclusive policies. So, to the point now, what I specifically did was, together with Leuven, I made up a typology of coping mechanisms. So there are 7 coping mechanisms that came up during the interviews. We're still doing interviews, by the way, so maybe it will change a little bit, but this is the core. And what I heard the most was actually very beautiful, I think. They try to relativize and they try to conciliate. So they didn't, when they were treated harshly, they didn't treat them harsh back. They try to, for example, within the relativizing strategy, they try to say like, oh, okay, there's this bad thing, but life also gives me the good thing. Life gives me so much more. I had this great coffee this morning, and I wouldn't have it if I wasn't here, so I'll take all the bad with it. It's fine. And the conciliating strategy was also used a lot. And it was that they tried to stand in the shoes of the aggressor. Like, okay, he yelled at me, and okay, he was being very harsh, and he didn't like me, obviously, but maybe he had a negative relation. Maybe he didn't got a job because a Muslim took his job. Maybe there's something in his family that I don't know. So they try to understand the behavior, and they really make excuses for them, but also try to relate to them. But those are just 2. There are 7 of them. So I'm just going to go over them. If you want to ask questions later on, that's also a possibility. But the second one was an avoidance strategy. That was also widely used. And this is one that they try to avoid situations where they face Islamophobia. For example, I heard a lot of young girls say that they would wear a hijab because they felt like it, but they just purposely didn't because they were afraid of the discrimination they would face. So they try to minimize the chance of getting Islamophobia, but it can also be very, like, physically. Like, there was this party in Leuven on the square, everyone was going, and one young Muslim student said, no, I'm not going, it will be a large group, I look very Muslim, people will be afraid of me, and I will be out of place. I'll go another time. So that's also a possibility. The third one, and I will come back to it later within the media part, but that's a communication strategy. It wasn't used that often because the young Muslims I talked to tended to keep their hurt feelings to themselves, but they can talk with it with friends, they can talk with it with family. It came up a couple of times, but within the strategy, a lot of my respondents also mentioned that they purposely didn't talk about it because they already felt bad and they didn't want other people to feel bad. So, for example, they wouldn't tell their mom if they were being yelled at on the bus because they didn't want their mom to feel hurt. So it will be if we want to help them, I think starting with helping them communicate their experiences is a good way to start. But that's my humble opinion. So I'm going to go to the fourth one, the suppressive strategy. That's really, they don't say like, I never experienced Islamophobia and stick with it, but they say like, oh no, nothing ever happens to me. I'm fine. And then later in the conversation, they start talking about experiences that are Islamophobic experiences, but they just minimize it as much as they can to cope with it and to not feel hurt by their experiences. And then the 2 I didn't talk about yet are, for like one, the reactive strategies, and those were a lot, but it was a literal reaction or an immediate reaction to the Islamophobia. It was talking to the aggressor or taking action like sharing a post on Facebook that really reflected their values of Islam to counteract the negatives of Islam that are out there. And for example, trying to prove that they're the good kind of Muslim. So when someone says, oh, you're all the same, they really go the extra mile to prove that, no, I'm different, I'm good, I'm here. Maybe they will even go into the reasoning of the person who was the aggressor, just to prove that they are different from what they think is the regular Muslim. And the last one, I'm almost there, is the passive strategy. That's just doing nothing. And that happens a lot, actually. So they experience Islamophobia, and they try to let it come over them and hope it will change, but they don't know where to start. And I think that's also very important to note, that they don't know where to start. For example, in Belgium, we have UNIA, Centrum for Equal Chances, but a lot of young Muslims don't know that they can reach them when being discriminated. And that was actually the only resource that was ever cited when asked if they knew where to go when they faced Islamophobia. So I think there's a lot of getting out there that we need to do to really reach people that are in need. And then the thing I added later in, because it kept coming up that much, is media. Because media is everywhere at this point, and it's a double-edged sword. So I can go on and on about the negative things about media. For example, how it fuels Islamophobia, how it, by the algorithms, the extreme opinions get more out there. So that is a problem. But on the other side, media can also be a very beautiful thing, and it can also help to combat Islamophobia and support young Muslims that deal with Islamophobia. For example, on the dealing with Islamophobia part, they can reach out to friends and family, but maybe even an organization that's very easy to reach because it's on social media, and they can go to it without saying their name, or they can just quickly send a chat message like, "Hi, I'm in need." So I think that's really something we should look into. And on the other side, it helps to combat Islamophobia, because a lot of youngsters indicated that there are these Instagram pages, Facebook pages, where they really find information that reflects their view of Islam, and they can share it. So that way they don't have to repeat over and over again why they want to say it very unnuanced, blow themselves up every day. They can share their views on Islam. Islam is beautiful, that it's one big community, that they feel at home, that Allah really guides them in their daily life. And that way they get their version out. So to conclude my kind of TED talk here, so I think we have to, I really want to inspire follow-up research, so we can really support young Muslims through this experience, but also provide guidelines for media makers, for policy makers, for youth workers, for, I think, anyone who would listen. But the guidelines can help, and it gives people something to grab onto when they don't know how to report on something or how to approach something. And I think we need all of this to improve the well-being of young Muslims. So we can find solutions in media by spreading positive content about Islam, in education by educating people about Islam, giving them the full picture, and not only the ones that get picked out now. And really, I think the most important one is contact. When people meet each other, and when bridges are built, and they know it's not that bad after all, then at the end we're all humans. So I think we really can get through this. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ans, for this presentation of typologies of coping strategies of Muslims. Actually, this is not only done in Flanders. This research is part of an international research that is guided by Professor Meki Berada, who will be our third speaker of this panel this morning. So this research is being done in France, in Portugal, in Spain, in Quebec, and also in Germany. And we're preparing a book on this with Leuven University Press. It will be an open access book, probably launched in the second part of next year. And the project is called Islamophobia in Scholarship and the Media, a cross-national study of discourses and their impact. So I would like to introduce very briefly Professor Meki Berada, who came to us a couple of days ago from Laval University because of this joint project and a new project plus a few PhD proposals that we looked into. And in fact, we felt that it was nice to present first this preliminary research on coping strategies, to go deeper into his research on Sufi traditions, on Islam and better living together, a Sufi perspective from Montreal as one way or another way of coping. Professor Mekiberada has a lot of interests. And when I look at the website and at several presentations of his research, I see that he's busy with research on emotional well-being and distress, on refugees and undocumented people, and on anthropology of Islam. And he explores in combination ethnomedical and ethno-psychiatric traditions. He's also studied post 9/11 and intercommunity tensions, Sufi spiritual theories and practices, and living together. And this will exactly be the context in which we can focus now and present, and he will present it this morning to us, this Sufi perspective from Montreal. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn, for this nice presentation. Well, I have to confess something. Yesterday, before I went to bed, I was wondering what a guy from Canada is doing in Leuven, talking about Sufism in an international conference on extremism and radicalization. To be honest with you, after listening to my two colleagues, I'm still wondering what I am doing here. So. Maybe by the end of this talk, we'll together understand between the lines why am I talking about this subject. Actually, I'm mostly working for the last, I would say, at least from 2017, when the first ever attack in a mosque, shooting happened in a mosque in the West, was in my city in Quebec. The second one was in Christchurch in New Zealand. So I had been almost hijacked by my students and my colleagues to work on Islamophobia. So because I was the only anthropologist so far in Canada to work on anthropology of Islam in a Canadian university. Now we are two in all Canada, which is quite different in the US, where people like anthropologists like Talal Assad have made this subdiscipline of anthropology very famous around the world. I'm a bit tired of talking about Islamophobia, and I have been working for a couple of decades on radicalization and violent radicalization. And to be honest with you, I may surprise some of you, I am also a bit tired of working on that. So to take a little break, so I will be talking about Sufism. So maybe that's the main reason. No, I'm just kidding. So first of all, I have to indicate that it's a project, a couple of projects of which I am the PI and funded by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Councils of Canada, and two research centers linked to McGill University and Concordia University. Actually, the triggering questions that when Lynn, thank you first of all, Lynn, for inviting me. I'm very honored and pleased to be here. I want to thank you publicly for inviting me. And when Lynn invited me, I was wondering what I was going to talk about, something I haven't talked about yet so far. So I am haunted by a question. Maybe it's my paranoid part, the paranoid part in me that is asking this question, but there is a question that is haunting me for I would say, almost a year now. To what extent am I contributing, despite me, either directly or indirectly through my research action projects and teaching, to the stigmatization of Muslims? Why am I asking this question? Because in the last couple of decades, almost, not all, but almost all the research, at least since 9/11, almost all the research that had been involved in about radicalization is linked to some extent to Islam, Muslims, young Muslims, and so far, and so on and so forth. So when we talk about radicalization, at least as far as I am concerned, most of the time I think of radicalization as linked to Islam and Muslims. Of course, there are other kinds of radicalizations, and I see Islamophobia as a form of violent radicalization or radicalization leading to violence. So in this dans cet élan réflexif, I also ask myself, is there anything I could do about it, at least to feel better, So because it's a tough question to me, and I ask it to myself, and I'm wondering to what extent we should not organize an international conference about how we, scholars, are we or not contributing, despite ourselves, to the stigmatization of Muslims, although it's not what we're intending to do. Is it an oxymoron to say, to link Islam and better living together? The intuitive answer is, of course, no. But to what extent are we as scholars involved in such kind of research questions, linking Islam and better living together? Before going further, just a very short theoretical note. When an anthropologist hears that Islam is a religion, he waits for what is common after that. So what? Islam is a religion, so what? What does it say to me as an anthropologist? It says almost nothing to me as an anthropologist. As a citizen, it says something to me, but as an anthropologist, it's a very weak answer or definition. Islam is a very complex cultural, spiritual, political, ethical system, and I would add that the most basic definition of Islam is a triade epistemologique, to use this barbarian Foucauldian terminology. In English, it would be epistemological triad. So Islam, according to the US anthropologists of Pakistani and many other origins, Talal Asad, for Islam is a discursive and embodied tradition. Broadly speaking, is tradition in the sense of Hans-Georg Gadamer definition, and to some extent to Hannah Arendt, how she uses the term tradition. And it happens that both Gadamer and Arendt were friends and students of Martin Heidegger. So tradition with founding texts such as the Quran and Hadith that allow the production of other texts, but not only texts, but also behaviors, attitudes. So that's one component of how we could define Islam. And also, if I refer to the American anthropology of Clifford Geertz, Islam as a system of representation, that is une grille d'interprétation du monde, that is, Clifford Geertz talk about Islam as a map for the world and a map of the world. That is a set of concepts and and practices that allow Muslims to act in the world and to act upon the world, to transform it as acting subjects. And finally, Islam as a technology of the self. That is a set, according to French philosopher Michel Foucault, that is a set of pratique de soi sur soi, a set of practices that and care of the self, a set of techniques of the self that are intended to support and ensure the constitution of oneself as an acting subject, as an acting ethical and political subject. So that's for the theoretical part. And Sufism, I would see it as particularly linked to this theoretical background. So now I have been doing fieldwork for several years in Moroccan mountains among a Sufi brotherhood. And it happened that living in Canada, I came into contact with Sufis from the same brotherhood, but who are living in Montreal. Very difficult to have access to. Not to the people, but not as a citizen, but as a researcher, because we are not, as researchers, welcomed everywhere, and for good reasons, I think, that we can talk about later. Very briefly about sociodemographics. So this is a small sample, so I will not presenting quantitative results, but mostly qualitative preliminary results. So mostly men in their 40s. Most of them are married and have children. About 2/3 come from Morocco, and the other third from either of Canadian origin or other origins. And most of them are Canadian citizens. Highly educated people. 90% of them have some kind of university degree, and most of them are working and using French, English, and Arabic either at work or at home. So with them, I had the chance to explore 5 concepts they use to talk about living together. So before jumping into this concept, so on one side, when we think of Islam, usually in mass media, we usually associate it, as my colleague said earlier, with this Orientalistic background, with violence. There is a huge dehumanization, animalization of Muslims. Here in this sexual orgy, even animals are involved in this sexual orgy. As you can see, women's are object to be used sexually and even to be killed. I mean, who cares? So, and this has this Orientalistic background. Edward Said has worked a lot on this dimension, and so that the kind of concepts that we are used in the mass media that are associated with Islam and Muslims. On the other side, with the Sufi people I have worked, there are different concepts. So I'm not trying here neither to demonize nor to angelize Islam. I'm just sharing with you some ethnographically grounded data, and then everyone can do whatever he or she wishes with. So these are the 5 main concepts that emerge from the study I have conducted over a couple of years, about 2 years, with Sufi Muslims. Unfortunately, I will not have a chance to go over the, not time enough to go over all the concepts, but I will go only with one that is seems really central to them. If you put these concepts into semantic, semantic web, Mahabba, love, would be at the center of this réseau sémantique. So I will go only with that one. Can someone provide the hands with the mic, please? Oh, you have it already. Wow, she's so well organized. It's impressive. So if you are interested in the other concepts, there is a series of paper underway, and this one already published. So today, instead of talking about hate and violence, we are going to talk about love. Why not? Let's change a little bit. Let's give us a break. Please. What's next? So this is a poem by Ibn Arabi, one of the central Sufi figure in Islam, and the Sufi master from the 12th, 13th century. And Amina Alawi, Moroccan singer, singing this poem. Please. It's about 1 minute and a half.
لقد كنت قبل اليوم أنكر صاحبي إذا لم يكن ديني إلى دينه داني وقد صار قلبي قابلا كل صورة لقد صار قلبي قابلا كل صورة فمرعى للغزلان وهدير لرهبان وبايت لأوثان وكعبة طائف وبيت للأوثان وكعبة طائف وألواح توراة ومصحاف قرآن أدين بدين لحوم أن تواجهت ركائب أدين بدين الحب أن تواجهت ركائب فالحب ديني وإيماني فالحب ديني وإيماني.
To one respondent, when he talks about mahabba or love, I was learning and I am still learning what love means. So it's a definition that I think is evolving, and it's an experience that is evolving. So it's not only for to them, it's not only conceptual thing, it's a practical thing that evolved through meditation, through spiritual practice. So their practice is aimed at developing this mahabba, and we'll try to see. So they basically, in my analysis, I have regrouped. They are saying about love and mahabba in these three categories. Mahabba is what made creation possible, according to the respondents. It's what makes living together possible. Without mahabba, there is no living together possible. It's a kind of epistemological stance, une condition de possibilité du vivre ensemble. And it also is a grand jihad. To them, love is a jihad. Love is the jihad. In terms of what made creation possible, they reported to me a Sufi disciple was asking his master, since God is capable of creating everything and he is everywhere and he don't need anything or anyone to be, so why has he created all these beings? So the Sufi master answered that so that they can say, I love you. So, Allah, according to respondents, created the universe out of love. So there is, it's not, as I say, not just a concept. This is from Sayyid Hussein Nasr, Sufi philosopher from the US, of Iranian origin. Please answer.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm glad Professor Mekibrana didn't ask me to sing. So it will go as follows. So
No, please sing it now. You say, go ahead. I didn't think about it. Too late.
So, viewed as a text, nature is a fabric of symbols, which must be read according to their meaning. The Quran is a counterpart of that text in human words. Its verses are called ayat, or signs, just as a phenomena of nature. Both nature and the Quran speak forth the presence and the worships of God.
So that's kind of linked to what the respondent said before. Allah created the universe out of love. That is, He is in everyone and everything that had been created. Next one, please answer.
So then, in the garden...
That's from José Luis Borges in Aleph. Please.
In the garden, they talked about roses. Abu Qasim, who had not looked at them, said that there are no roses comparable to those that adorn the Andalusian cities. Farah did not allow himself to be corrupted. He pointed out that he learned Ibn Qutayba describe a superb evergreen variety, which grows in the gardens of Hindustan, and whose incarnate red petals bear characters that say, "There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet."
So once again, for the Sufis I have with whom I have conducted ethnography, the creation is theophany, is a constant manifestation of Allah. The Mahabba, said this respondent, circulates in the soul and the universe. So at the microcosmic level and at the macrocosmic level. So without Mahabba, without love, there is no universe. So it's there is nothing could exist. The second dimension, that love or Mahabba, is what makes living together possible. For me, you have to develop love for the whole of creation. So one may wonder how, if you love the whole creation, how could you destroy it, like in terrorist attacks? Mahabba, it's something that points to Him, to God, to Allah, and it reflects on everything, on all relationships. That is to say, even with those who are ready to show us hostility, then it's quite a challenge. But experiences have shown us that it is possible. So here what I'm understanding at least, is that how could I be violent towards or destroy the other when I see God in him. So if I destroy the other, I destroy my own creator. I destroy God. I try to destroy God. So that's another dimension. So since time is running, I'm going to run too. See in every person of all races, of all religions, that this person is part of the divine in her. So that's kind of relationship they are trying to develop with otherness, with alterité, with the other. And finally, it's a way of being connected to the other. I make efforts, that is jihad, grand jihad. I practice every day. They practice, their spiritual practice is several hours a day. And I make efforts, this grand jihad, to have a heart that is willing to receive love and to love people in spite of the flaws and differences. As a grand jihad, so it's not a given thing, love is not a given thing, but they have to fight for it. And here it relates to religiosity, to spiritual practice. Spiritual practice that is a central component to the growth of mahabba and love. And it's only through practice, a spiritual practice, that this love is possible. So you see there is a link between religiosity, love, and living together. So just to jump quickly to the, I have 3 minutes left, to the conclusion. What I want to point here is the link between religiosity that makes love possible, that makes mahabba possible, religiosity and support for violent radicalization. In another study that we conducted in 8 colleges among 2,000 people, 2,000 young people. Well, it's an exploratory study, even if 2,000 people. We reached one of our main preliminary results is that the higher the religiosity score is, that is, the more the people practice spiritually, their own spirituality, the less they will support, or they will show support for radicalization. So the more they practice, the less they would support violent radicalization. There were many religions represented among these 2,000 students, but mostly Christianism and Islam. And this association was more significant when we talked about religion. So of course, in the secular countries, we had been attacked in the media, and we responded too. So, that's what research say. What can we do about it? For the Sufi group in Montreal, the Wadif, or collective meditation that happens 5 days a week, 5 days a week, like for about 3 hours a day, so it's about 10-15 hours a week of spiritual practice, collective, indicate, although, well, you know, it is a very small sample, so we can't rely on quantitative statistical results, but it just gives us a hint, you know, une piste à explorer. And there is some tendency that collective meditation among all other practices, and there are many, tend to, the more they practice collectively, the less psychologically distressed they tend to be. And when we ran the person correlation, this correlation between religiosity and collective meditation seems be a little bit more statistically significant. So it's not the final result, but it's something we have been exploring so far. So now, just to go back to the slide I started with. Sufism as an epistemological theory. So I would say that it's mostly a technology of the self that ensure oneself to the constitution of the self as an ethical and spiritual subject with the, because of religiosity. And I will conclude with this. So actually that's what I have just said. So I will jump into the next one to really conclude with this short Quranic verse. إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. This is the, what Michel Foucault would have called a technology of the self. That is. So then I will have a question from my colleague later on. Allah does not transform anything in a people until each individual transforms what resides in himself. So once again, I'm not trying to neither demonize nor angelize Islam or Sufism, just trying to share with you some original data I had a huge pleasure to work on. Thank you very much.
Dear everyone, I'm pleased to welcome you to this panel discussion on alternative narratives against extremism and radicalization as part of our conference. As we all know, technology advancements have functioned as cornerstones of our contemporary world, governing the dynamics of cyberspace and creating unlimited options for connecting individuals over time and distance. Much like the internet, mainstream media and social media have aided globalization by erasing any imagined geographical restrictions. Terrorist groups have identified and utilized the exact same dynamics that have altered our society and stimulated socioeconomic and political movements. Thereby, the rise of extremist organizations and their global recruitment tactics show that the danger of terrorism is no longer restricted to its region of origin anymore. Owing to the accessibility, availability, and wide reach of social media apps such as Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, and many others, terrorist organizations have progressively taken advantage of these platforms to convey their agenda and achieve their goals. As a result, international actors are increasingly concerned about online extremist narratives, which are typically addressed through so-called counter-narratives or alternative narratives. However, such terms are frequently ambiguous and confusing. Therefore, this panel will elaborate on these concepts to achieve conceptual clarity and understanding. It will discuss the implementation and sustainability of such alternative narrative campaigns, while considering the challenges and limitations that might arise. In that being said, I will not waste much time and just give the floor to someone we are already well familiar with, our project manager of the project, Madam Shema Salem. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Today we are talking, you are hearing my voice like person to person. Today is, I think, for a long time, after 1 year, it's the first time to meet with you. We are going to talk about the things that you already know. So it's the thing that you already know and familiar with. So as long as you have any additional stuff, please make sure that you have take notes so we can discuss about it further. So I would like to just, in today's presentation, I would like to present all the experience that we had so far during 1 year. So I'm going to present something that I received from you, something that I observed and we already tackled with together. So it's going to be, the thing that I'm going to present is just, like mutual things that we already gathered during the Extremely United journey. In the content, I would like to present what I'm going to talk. As you know, I can talk more. So just to limit my time, just to limit my topic, I just named my topics in the 3 titles, under the 3 titles. So I would like to briefly tell the people that who is just being for the first time here, what's Extremely United, and so far what we reached, and how we started and where we are now. In the second chapter, I would like to talk about what's alternative in Extremely United, what we are saying that alternative narratives, and what we mean by alternative in Extremely United. And the third one is the lessons learned during the 3 years project. There are many lessons that we all learned individually, but as a content-wise, I think we can provide many good tips for further initiatives, so that maybe we can share our lessons learned under three title. Firstly, we have lessons learned from our target groups, and the second thing that we are lessons that we learned from the country profile, because we will see in detail now, we are a very crowded group of people, so we are a very diverse group of people, so there are many things to be said about the country profile. And lastly, as a 14 partners, I think we have many things that we learned from each other, and we have many gatherings plus sharings that we gave each other. So let's start. Extremely United so far. So I want, oops. Okay, in that part, maybe we can go with Q&A session. So I don't know if you remember once that we all met together. It was like 2 years ago, the January 2020. It was in Brussels again. So the project already started almost 2 years ago. In the project, we see that, you already know, in the project we have 12 work packages, so we are working together with 14 partners from 9 different countries. It's the thing that I already memorized, and I think it just comes, when I say already, like 14 the partners coming, like 9 different countries from European continent. So in the project we have 12 work packages. Thankfully, for the all partners contribution, all partners initiative, today we are just implementing the latest work package, which is the final symposium. And inside the project, we had 7 different campaigns that you are very, very familiar with. Everything starts with extremely, but ending with like different stuff: united, inclusive, tolerant, and creative. So so far, we already initiated all the work packages. Most of the work packages already finished, and we already almost finished with the campaigns. So 26 videos by today will be posted on social media channels, especially on YouTube channels, and 27 is about to come. So in the 27 video, we already recorded 22, and the 5 video also like in the progress of in the production process. So besides, we already organized 21 offline events with the help of all partners, all the institutions, and 7 more offline events will be also organized. In this part, I would like to congratulate all my colleagues, all my let's say organizational partners for their initiatives, because these videos and these offline events also like implemented in different countries. So everyone has already owed to, I owe to congratulate and also clap for you for this performance. And when we take a look at the social media, we provided very good resources, and on the online platform, the main problem is that they're reaching out young people. So if we take a look at the numbers, we are quite good progressing, I can say that. And we already opened the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube channel, and we are trying something new on TikTok as well. So in this number, we can say that we are reaching a very good amount of people. Sometimes it's organic reach. Sometimes we're just using some promotional to forward our messages as much as we can. Okay, and the point is that what we are meaning by alternative in Extremely United. So in this project, with our videos and also platforms, we are providing information firstly, but in sociological, theological, historical, and sometimes psychological perspective. Because in the previous session, also like other professors, other speakers also mentioned, young people are looking for information, looking for knowledge. So internet provides very wide range of knowledge, but you cannot differentiate it if it is like good or bad, trustable or not. So in just to sustain the trustable information available for young people, we are taking into consideration of sociological, theological perspective, combining with narratives that already used in extremist propaganda. So the second thing is that we are creating a platform, we are creating an environment that peer meeting can be occurred, because young people can feel danger, can feel, let's say, can name them the people that they don't know. So the platforms, not only in social media platforms, but also institutions that already took initiative, they are organizing peer meetings to make them not other, but together. So mentioning mutual understanding and shared values, I think it's one of the core values that we had in Extremely United project. Most of our videos, especially in Tolerant campaign, rather than talking about the negative stuff, we saw that talking about positive and showing the mutual understanding that they have. I mean, they already know, they're already aware of what makes them different, but just avoiding them with the mutual understanding and shared values also like creates mutual path for them to walk hand in hand. Plus, providing a platform where young people not only learn, having knowledge to learn, but also contribute and ask their question is also essential, because sometimes they can find a question, sometimes they can find information, but in order to ask more or in order to ask in detail, they need some platforms that they can have a response. In Extremely United channel, I may say that we are doing our best to provide a good answer for their questions, plus the platforms also like very welcome for young people to provide their own contents. In Extremely Creative campaign, one specific campaign is created for young people to use this channel as presenting their own contents. Not targeting any group, any people for a solution is another criteria that we took for especially for critical campaign. In Extremely Critical campaign, we were just aiming to provide alternative narratives that radical groups are using for just to get, let's say, manipulate for young people. In that sense, we thought that rather than just providing counter narrative, rather than just saying alternative things that already been said, rather than just showing a group of people that already labeled as extremist, will not bring anything for Extremely United project, because you can get the antipathy of the people who having the sympathy for this group of people. We are not naming any. We are not just creating any sheep that we are just naming for the reason of radicalization or bad people. In that sense, we are just aiming to reach out to many people as much as possible without naming or labeling them by the feeling or sympathy of that they are feeling for any group of people. I may say that most of the colleagues, most of the partners, they were just searching very good material to be able to provide very good video contents. So I'm sure that with this process, they get very familiar with the social media trends and concepts, because not only providing good knowledge, but also the message, that the way that you're forwarding your messages is very important, because after 3 seconds, it's very common discussion that we had during the monthly meetings. After 3 seconds, young people deciding to continue or just cancel, just skip your video to watch or not. So in this 3 seconds, you have to get their attention. So in order to do that, we're just some tips that we just shared with the partners. We were using the songs that already trending in social media. We were using the concepts that already discussed on social media platforms. Sometimes we're just deciding to use the questions, discussions that already arise in social media. So following the trends, I think it became our new normal in Extremely United era. Plus, as long as we are coming to the end, it's not only for Extremely United to solve the problem. The problem is that either you are organizing a project, implementing a project, either you are here or not. The important thing is that creating a self-awareness, kind of education, kind of reflection for young people to differentiate what's manipulation, when they should be aware of they're going to be targeted by this group of people. So that's why we are not only providing narratives, but also we are just trying to guide young people. We are trying to guide young people to, develop their self-awareness, develop their self-reflection. In that case, I can say that in Extremely Ethical and Aware campaign, we are just teaching young people the legal consequences of talking about extremist stuff and talking about the social media, bullying. And at the same time, in Extremely Critical campaign, we are trying to build their critical thinking skills in any platforms that they are just going to be confront. Because we will be here for 2 years, we will be there, for as long as the internet goes, as my colleague said. But at the same time, it's important for young people to reflect their own point of view when they confront with the radical tendencies. From this point, I'm going to skip, but you'll not see But I think I will just do my best as much as possible. Even if you don't see, you can visualize what I'm going to talk about. So I just skipped the lessons learned part. So during 2 years project, we learned too many lessons. So I divided, as I said, in 3 groups. Firstly, we learned many things about our target groups. Yeah. So we realized that our target groups, who are young people between 13 and 25 years old mainly, but as my colleague said, you can differentiate them: male, female, migrant, local, believer, non-believer. So these people, they tend to criticize the things that are already done. They tend to just, what I mean criticize is not negative way, but analyze the thing that already done and put on the table, rather than creating their own, let's say, contents. So we invited young people to our project. We invited them to take a role in the kitchen, but rather than, being taken in a role in the kitchen, they would like to be served. And then, as long as they don't satisfy, they're not hesitant to show their, let's say, feelings. They're not hiding their feelings. They're not hiding their opinion, which is very good. But it's important to take consideration. So it's always like kitchen should be open, but we should be very aware of that. Their tendencies is more receiving and criticizing, giving feedback, rather than taking initiative and providing something. In that sense, I think the social media increased that tendency, let's say, feed that tendencies, because as long as they are providing something by themselves, they say that I can post it on my own channel, so it doesn't have to be in Extremely United, it doesn't have to belong for any project or any initiative. If it is mine, it should be on my own channel. But I'm very happy to see that they are very collaborative to work if you're asking their opinion. So get to know, not to be other. In Inclusive Campaign project, we saw that young people, as long as they get to know, as long as they just, see themselves, other people that they didn't have met before, they have some kind of stereotypes, prejudice in their mind. In the first meeting that they get to know for any reason, the important idea is that meeting should be on some mission. It should be either eating together, walking together, having a trip together. In that mission, they're just coming together, and with the mutual things that already has been mentioned, eating, drinking, having a conversation, when they're getting to know each other, the other stuff, the prejudice and the negative opinion in their mind is just decreasing. It's not only learning, but also meeting in person. The interesting thing is that we observed is storytelling and role-playing increase their empathy. For instance, we have, I don't know if you have time, maybe you can just take, I think most of our partners know that the first short movie that we posted, The Breath, which is very famous. It's the first short movie that we already posted. You can see there's some behind-the-scenes picture there. So in that video, we worked together with young people, volunteer young peoples. So one of them were a migrant background, another one was local Belgian. And when they get the script, they read all the things. So just for your information, before that they didn't have any experience about prevention of radicalization. Even they didn't think, they don't have any idea about what's radicalization. They didn't concern themselves as potential radicalized people. So as long as they read the script, they studied their roles. And when the time comes that they're playing their roles, they said that they now understand the point of view, like the people who already suffered, because role playing increase their empathy, and the stories that already told is just brought another idea, another perspective for them to be not only observe but also feel that what has been already experienced for the other people. So after that point, I can say that extremism, radicalism got another meaning for their life. At least they have things to say now. Irritation on some concepts. I can say that, as all other colleagues already mentioned, extremism, radicalism is not a new concept. It's not a new phenomenon. Unfortunately, we are tackling this kind of problems for a long time. So the young people perspective, we observed that some kind of irritation occurred with some concepts. They don't want to be labeled with the concept of migration, religion, and labeling. So this kind of, let's say, irritations sometimes became, let's say, obstacle for us to reach out to young people because they don't want to be involved in this kind of project because they don't want to, they're not, even if they're migrant background, they don't want to define themselves as like migrant, they don't want to define themselves as like religious, sorry, even if they will be Muslim people, they don't want to define themselves with the religion identity. So this kind of irritation should be considered when we are doing this kind of projects because they don't want to define themselves with this kind of, let's say, they're not the problematic itself, but because of the effects, because of the way that we are providing, they are feeling that they're being labeling with the identity that they don't belong. In the second step, I would like to share my lessons learned with the country profile. So, of course, it's not the personal things because I already received some feedbacks from my colleagues, my partners from other countries. So, we should be very careful about the sensibility. So, the domestic politics affecting your, even if you're doing, let's say, European project with very, let's say, high number of people, high number of institutions from other countries, you're working on the same topic, you're working on the same concept, but in the implementation case, the implementation strategies should be different from the country to country. Sometimes domestic problems, domestic politics and narratives can be another struggle for you to take over. For instance, in the image that you're seeing, this image is another video that we already recorded for Informed campaign. In that video, the guy is talking about jihad and what's jihad. Inside this video, our partners from Netherlands, they went to the street and they asked young people if they have any question about jihad. What do they know about jihad? And according to their question, the guy who's the imam, he answered all questions that already came from young people. It's very easy to do in the Netherlands because they are very open to discuss these kind of issues in the street. But when it comes to country like France, when it comes to country like the Hungary and most Eastern countries, like the country that the jihad and this kind of concept is domestically became an instrument in the politics, it's not easy to go to in the street and ask young people and what they thinking about jihad, and it's not easy to always get very, very, let's say, positive or mild, I may say, interaction. So in that case, of course, we recorded the video because we thought that it's very needed. But in that case, we just decided our strategy to change, not to promote the country that can be very problematic in this kind of topic, but promote more in the country that where we can discuss these details with young people more, not only in the only social media, but also like in the street as well. Of course, in social media platforms, you cannot limit your promotion, you cannot limit your video reach out, but at the same time, we should be very aware and very careful about, we are doing project for European countries, but each country has different dynamics, different domestic issues that we have to be careful for. Another thing is that demographic structure of the countries. For instance, there are some countries that, like Hungary and Italy, they are welcoming many migrant background and refugee backgrounded people. So in that countries, we can talk about migration and diversity. But the countries like Belgium and Spain, we are talking about, we saw that migration and migration and refugee people are not considered as much as how they looked in Hungary. Plus, not only for migration case, but also we saw that religious topics are more tend to be talked in the country like Hungary and Italy, but in Spain and Belgium, as long as you do something about religion, you cannot take attention of young people because they don't want to talk in daily life about the religion. They are not taking religion as a main references, I may say. So country concept and country structure is very important. And the last thing that maybe I can mention in that point is the current situation is like ongoing, and country policy is also like affecting the direction of your project. The very latest case, I think the partner from Hungary, they're not here yet, they're on the way. We had a video that called I'm a Full Right of Human Being, and in that video we are talking about being human in any case without regarding of your religion, gender and background. So in that video we were talking about LGBTQ rights as well. But at that time, the time that when we were like planning to post the video, the Hungarian government initiated another regulation about not to talking this kind of gender issues below the 18 years old. So the below 18 years old were already our target groups, but we were limited to reach out these people because of the country regulation, because of the domestic policy. So this should be taken into consideration. Even if you're thinking that you're doing European-wise project, domestic politics, domestic implementation affects your steps in every country. So the third one about the lessons learned session is the partner organization. Again, I would like to congratulate all my partner organization for their affordable, their appreciated works. But in that sense, I can say that the profile of the partners affected our let's say, the work that we already done and the efforts, the implementation process. Because most of, like giving an example, local dissemination is vital. I mean, we already promoted most of the videos, but as long as we see, I mean, we observed the differences. If a partner already promoting their own videos, own contents in the local environment, it increased the reach out numbers in the local environment as well. So young people, they can see Extremely United from nowhere. I mean, they don't know who is Extremely United and who, like if it is trustable, if it is worth to follow. But as long as Tia Formazione, Istituto Televere, they just reference, they send it, they share it with their local groups, this is increasing the impact of the videos or the contents that we already provided. So we already saw that example in I'm the Full Right of Human Being video, which, as I already explained, it's the video about talking about all the differences, accepting all the differences and respecting all the diversities that we have. And Adam says, be open-hearted, which already implemented, recorded by Platform Ins. They already promoted their videos in their network. We saw the differences if we promote in the main channel and if we be supported by their local networks as well. And the second thing is that institutional focus. I may say in our collaboration we have research centers, we have dialogue institutions, we have training centers that are working with young people. So the thing that we have, I may say that considered as obstacle. For instance, in dialogue institution, they're always looking for in the dialogue perspective, so that they're very open to receive, to having this kind of positive messages, giving these positive messages. But sometimes, in case of extremism and radicalization, your messages can be understood in the wrong way. If people would like to understand your message in the wrong way, even if you would say the best thing in the earth, they can just change your message very, let's say, bad way. So we should be very, very careful, very, very sensitive about what we are going to say. It shouldn't be manipulated in other ways as well. So, of course, having dialogue institution is very good way. Not only this struggle, I cannot say that we already had many problems. This is one of the things that just I can say that very, very minimum, let's say minus that we have to improve ourselves from ourselves. But the positive thing is that I can say having a dialogue institution in our consortium, talking about radicalism and extremism is already harsh and it's already very hard to reach out young people in that concept. If you're already being labeled as an expert in that field, young people, they don't want to come together with you, they don't want to come along with you, they don't want to join your sessions because they think that they're going to be labeled in that topic because you're already working with extremism and radicalism. But because of being, for instance, our partners who have dialogue background, they already made cultural events, they made tolerance, they made diversity and this kind of very, I can say, soft power, soft languages events. So they felt more connection, more affection in that institutions, and they felt more safe, even if we went on the topic of extremism and radicalization. So because of having this, because of touching very small, let's say, minorities in the society, we sustained also like the diversity in our group, in our target groups as well. And the last thing is that advisory board. As I said, we had very different focuses in the institution, but I would like to congratulate all my colleagues because we already initiated some new extra supports. Our target groups, our institutions, they supported by advisory board made of expert groups who already watched all the videos, who watched the narratives, who just changed some points, who just made comments and gave feedbacks. Plus, we also created youth advisory board to take the idea, to take the the opinion of young people, because as I told you, they don't want to be in the kitchen, but they don't want to be excluded as well. They said that you're talking about us, but without asking our opinion, whom we are going to talk about, then you're going to play yourself and you're going to sing yourself as well. So in order to include their ideas as well, most of our partner organization created youth advisory board. So they worked very actively, not only in giving feedbacks, but also taking role in street interviews, taking role in storytellings, taking role in short movies as well. Okay, the last thing is about the tips for future initiative. What we've done and what we saw that it worked. Firstly is using their language, using young people language. I put the two meaning here. Firstly, using young people language is not only for talking about trends and concepts. In the beginning, we thought that we are going to provide all videos in English. So far, I think partly we succeeded. We put subtitles in each video. But we saw that providing with their local language is also taking their attention. So now in the channel, I can say that we have 26 videos for 9 different languages. All of them has been subtitled to be understandable for everyone. But seeing something Arabic, seeing something in Turkish, seeing something in Italian took their attention most. So use their language as much as possible. And the second thing is that using their language, what I mean is just using the formats that they already tend to, they already like to. For instance, in the beginning I told you we were aiming to give an information, but we saw that young people are not watching like 5 minutes video which is talking about what's Islam, what is diversity, what's inclusivity. So in that sense, we invented some alternative ways to forward our messages. For instance, we work with young people. They wrote their song, they sing themselves. Even in the sing, they provided their messages in very good way. So we also made street interviews, which make things more easier young people to get in contact and make them see Extremely United in a person. I also mentioned we also like follow the trend topics and concepts on social media so that we can reach young people. We can follow the concept, we can follow the trends, we can use the wave that already occurred in the social media channels to reach out more people. And the second thing is that support online campaigns with offline events. I think all my colleagues will agree with me because we were mostly online working. We were mostly virtually working, especially during the COVID process. I can say that it was still success because we already reached out all the things that we were aiming to reach. But as long as we came together with young people, we met them, we saw the differences. It increased our number of the follower numbers. It increased the effect of the people because you cannot control people, affection, people feeling when they're in front of the camera, when they're in front of the laptop. But when they see you in person, when they see that you're smiling, you're making joke about them, you're just having eye contact, it increased their attention not only for the project but also on the concepts as well, and it increased their attention. Important thing is that I think it was one of the critics that we already had with other European Union project initiatives. You shouldn't be considered as authority. As long as they see you as a authority, as European Union funded institution, they're not going to take you as a sincere initiative. You should use very friendly language. You should show that you're here to support. You're here to let's say cherish their journey, not only for teaching but also just experience sharing. So as long as they consider you as an authority, they're just I think it's a nature of being young people. They can be tend to reject any kind of authority. So in order to prevent not to be recognized as an authority, we tried to get in contact with young people in the street interviews, and we showed real faces, not only in videos but also in person as well. And we organized workshops to include their participation. Last but not least, before writing in the writing period of the project, we already had an idea. We had some ideas in our mind. What kind of topics we are going to talk about, what kind of concepts we will initiate, we will handle, and what kind of even campaigns that we are going to name. But as long as you're working with young people, it's not only being young people, but the topic itself, it's alive. So we have to keep in our mind that 20 years ago, the things that already discussed in 20 years ago cannot be valid today. Plus, the days that it comes, it changed the topic that among young people. For instance, they are not talking about jihad, they are not talking about Darul Harb, but they're talking about more gender issues. They're talking about the role of the young people. They're talking about labeling, isolation, bullying. This kind of stuff is like I think new challenges, new problems in case of radicalism and extremism. And lastly, we started with the channels that are already popular with young people, but as I said, it's also live. As long as you're working with young people, it's very hard to catch their motivation, catch their energy. So today they are very tend to watch YouTube, but tomorrow they will be on Netflix. And today they are using, let's say, Twitter. They were in the Facebook, but tomorrow it's going to be TikTok. So we started with 4 different channels: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. But we realized that young people, especially in our target group, they're more in TikTok. So we experimentally opened some account and we tried something. So as long as you're opening new channels, I think it's also essential to identify the content according to your channel that you're using. For instance, we realized that in Twitter, we are just getting in contact with more academic, let's say, young people who have more academic views, academic perspective. But in TikTok, you're more fun. You have to provide something more funny, more, let's say, short, but to the point. And in YouTube, you can put some short movies, you can put some street interviews. But when it comes to Facebook, it's very important to see them. Like not only for Facebook, but also especially for Instagram. It's very essential for them to see something, but in 3 minutes. So I think even if I would speak here till, let's say, 2 hours, as much as I speak, the new things that will come out. As I said, this is the live topic. I think we can skip it here because the last slide is going to be about thank you for your contribution and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Shima, for the very in-depth background of our project. I think all of us are very excited also to watch the upcoming videos and hopefully see the long-term sustainability effects of the ExtremelyEunited campaign. Now I'll give the floor to Camilla Boekvoes and Ahmed Kaya from Platform IMS, the Netherlands, who are going to talk about the art of living together in a diverse society.
I'm Ahmed Kaya from the Netherlands, and I want to talk with you about the art of living together in a diverse society, and I'll share 3 things today. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to highlight some findings of ours and the lessons learned, and this is going to be about 3 campaigns we were highly involved in, sometimes as in a sense, a host. And I want to start with talking about the context of Europe, because in Europe, especially where we are from, the Netherlands, which is also famous because of its tolerance, that creates a very interesting situation because the freedom we enjoy in the Netherlands, the tolerance of the Dutch people, and also what you see in Europe, brings forward a paradox, because on the one hand it attracts people from diverse backgrounds, as we can see right now with the refugees and all kinds of other people, but this diversity means that a lot of people from different religions, cultures, backgrounds come, and eventually that creates a sort of a tension, because what we see, especially with the youngsters we are talking about, it's easier for them to have one way of dealing, of looking at life, especially at puberty. They're how do you say it? They're in a journey to find out their own identity. So what we, for instance, saw in the Netherlands is that on the one hand, the youth is told to participate in society. But on the other hand, society tells them that they don't belong there. So it's a very mixed and contradictory message the same youth is hearing, and that can cause be the cause of issues. In the Netherlands, for instance, we saw that the Dutch Prime Minister himself said that minorities must fight to gain an equal place in society. And so normally, you know, when you're born and raised somewhere, you belong there, you are from there. But the prime minister, you know, someone who is being seen as the face of the country, is telling the youth, no, you have to fight your own way in. You know, it's not your place here, you have to get into a struggle for this. So that gives a very a weird signal. So the result of this can be that, you know, we give young people a feeling of feeling marginalized and even prone to radicalization and extremism. And I think it's the duty of us all to combat the exclusion of groups in society and make our youth more resilient towards radicalization and extremism. So within this regard, we have multiple campaigns in which we try to offer an alternative narrative, as Shema also explained. And we try to do that on 3 different topics or 3 different windows, you know, we try to open with regards to this bigger project. And the first was the Tolerant campaign, in which we try to, the aim of the Tolerant campaign was to debunk the myth that religion in any way incites violence. And it was also to emphasize that all religions or beliefs have the same core message. So that's the message of love, tolerance, mutual understanding, compassion towards others. And I'm going to get more in depth with what we did with the Tolerant campaign. But another campaign was the Inclusive and Open-Minded campaign, in which we aim to promote cultural diversity, mutual understanding, and we try to do this by learning about other cultures. And we also had offline events in which we gathered people together in sessions to talk about their culture, about their norms and values. And the last one I'm going to talk about is the ethical campaign. And this is a very interesting one because, as I said, you know, in a context where freedom, where diversity is valued a lot, freedom of speech also especially, this is a reason for a very different kind of problem, and I'm going to get into that. But it has to do with the language we use and people using the freedom of speech, which is a right, to promote hate. So they use a right which in itself is a positive thing, but to incite hate. And within that sense, I'm going to talk about, you know, the ethical, the moral, but also the judicial, the legal consequences freedom of speech can have, and the impact on a human being, but also, you know, on yourself when you transgress a law. Let's start with the Extremely Tolerant campaign. This one was the very first campaign with which we started, and everything was very new and it was very exciting. And now I can't believe we are almost 2 years past that. But in this Extremely Tolerant campaign, we started and we were immediately faced with many challenges. And the first of which was the start of Corona, because we had a lot of things planned and we want to get together, you know, offline with the young people, but that became impossible. And also the developments in the country with regards to a lockdown or not, to rules, you know, which would make it more difficult to get together. We every day we had to wait. Or Friday there is a press conference. And we are going to wait what the Prime Minister is going to say. And almost every week was like that. You know, we were very dependent on people. But this was a difficulty which we encountered very soon. But on the other hand, it also made us more creative because we still wanted to continue, we wanted to progress, we wanted to reach our goals. And we had to do that in a different way. So that's why we also, with the young people, we talked about the challenges we were facing and, you know, trying to get their insights or advices on how we could progress. And that really helped to reach people. One very interesting other development or issue we faced was that for this video especially, that's the video we made ourselves as Platform Ins. we initially had a very other approach in which we wanted to talk about this topic. It was a more let me first talk about the context in which we developed this idea, because the context at that moment was pretty neutral, or relatively neutral. Of course, there have been terrorist attacks in Europe, in the Netherlands, and other countries, but those belong to the past. And as most of the things that belong to the past happens, they diminish. It's not very present in the minds of people. It's when you talk about it, they know what you're talking about, but it's not a fear they live through every day. So we were talking about what kind of video we were going to make for the Extremely Torrent campaign, and we had thought about talking about jihad, asking questions, and doing some things. But the script we developed, or when we just finished developing our script, the murder on the teacher in France, the beheading of Samuel Paty, happened. And that was, of course, a very horrific incident. But because of that instance, we had to, we thought, well, if we continue now with this video, this is going to put oil on the fire. It's going to be a very dangerous and very not dangerous, but it's going to have a verse, contradictory effect. So the context changing, or like day and night, was really something we hadn't taken into consideration. And then we changed the core message of that video to a message of inclusion. So because that was more needed at that moment. And we looked at statements from the main religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and we presented those to passerbys on the street, and we asked them, are you familiar with this quote? And for instance, teach someone to fish, or give someone a fish and you feed them for one day, teach someone to fish and you'll feed them for a lifetime. Are you familiar with this quote? And people said, yes, of course. And do you know where this quote is from? And most of the people don't know that. And in this case, that's from a Jewish scholar. And this guy on the left you see with glasses, he was really shocked. He said, whoa, I didn't know that, and I should know that. I'm ashamed because I'm Jewish myself. So that was a very nice moment on the video. But we saw the same also happening with a Muslim a youngster who we asked the question, are you familiar with this quote? And that was from the Prophet Muhammad. And I said, no, I don't know it. And we said, do you know who said that? He said, I think it's a Dutch politician, perhaps. And we said, no, it's Prophet Muhammad. So that was a very nice moment on the video. And yeah, so that was a very nice thing to happen on the screen, funny moments. And that brought some, a lighter approach to a very difficult topic. We then continued with organizing offline events, and in which we, tried to get together with the youth. And in the Netherlands, there was a brief moment where we were allowed to organize gatherings up to eight people. So we made use of that very brief time frame, and we tried to bring people together and, talk about the concept of tolerance. And we really got some very interesting remarks, and we also saw there that the young people know a lot more than at least I was inclined to think. When you say, young people, I tend to think about people who have to learn a lot of things, but one person really summarized when we asked, do you know what tolerance is, or what is tolerance in your own perspective? He said, to tolerate something, it doesn't mean you have to accept it. It means you allow it. But if you're tolerant, you have to be intolerant against those that are intolerant. And that's a paradox, but you have to draw a line somewhere. And that's actually, on a more philosophical level, really the core of tolerance and the paradox tolerance brings forward. And we saw that at multiple instances that the youth was very familiar with these kind of concepts, and also the difficulties it brought forward. And another person, he said, the role of the media and politicians is also very important because they can really push the general population toward intolerance for clicks or votes, and freedom of speech becomes misused and breeds hate in those instances. So that's very interesting, you know, to hear that from our target audience. So just to talk about a few findings and lessons learned with regards to this campaign, I think we can see that the young people learn by these activities that, you know, religions have more in common than presumed. When we talk about religions, especially interreligious, the discourse most of the time is, you know, about us and them. So we Muslims against them, Christians or Jews or whatever. And this way, you know, this playful approach with those quotes and asking them if they know it and what the source is, helps to understand the more commonality between those religions or different views on life. And also, you know, by doing this with short and informative videos, we can grab their attention. Also, a basic understanding of their own religion. We saw that with multiple young people who identify with the religion, but don't know some of the very important premises of that religion. Also shows, you know, that they need a deeper understanding about their own backgrounds, but also of the backgrounds of other people. And yeah, I think with regards, with the time, I'll just continue to the other campaign, which was the Inclusive and Open Mind campaign. For this one, we had 3 offline meetings and we produced 7 videos with other partners. I'm going to also show a little bit of examples. But what was very interesting here to see was the different ways people express their view on this topic. So we talked about being inclusive and open-minded, and we had, of course, some rules by which everyone had to make a video or, you know, organize something. And that was, you know, the general topic, but we asked people to really do this in a fashion in which their own country or youngsters from their own country would be interested, and that really helped to, you know, people to express their creativity to developing the scripts. And one very impactful video, in my opinion, is that from Subjective Values from Hungary, where they talk about the Roma minority, which is the largest community in the country, and where you really, you can see that on this screen, but that girl is crying, you know, when she's talking about this issue. You really see, you know, her being emotionally moved, and that also does something with you when you're watching this, because she talks about, so this is a quote from her: "When children entered the school for the first time, the Romanis were all sorted into a separate building and into a separate class." And then later on she says, "I find it quite sad that we have to face such discrimination." And, you know, hearing her voice and saying this, it touches you, because it also shows, you know, that they speak up for themselves and their rights and fight against stereotypes and discrimination. And you see, you know, young people really struggle with this, and you know, they dare to be vulnerable and share the experiences of exclusion. Yeah, so I would really recommend to watch this video. It's on the ExtremelyEunited website. But another video our partners, colleagues in Spain shot was that of the Harmony of Diversity, Interfaith Amigas in Toledo, whereby four young people from different cultures and religious backgrounds, they went to Toledo, the city of 3 cultures, and before that they didn't know each other, but, you know, their journey together helped them build a friendship, and they got to know each other walking through the streets of Toledo, asking each other questions, and that was, you know, a very nice way to see that this trip they went on help to learn each other, you know, and share their own beliefs, their own culture, their own personal experiences. But by doing that, you know, growing together and bonding and really helping to disprove your prejudices, because there were also some questions asked, and by you know, that possibility to talk about this, it was you saw them really building friendships. Another video which was made was in Paris by Plateforme de Paris, and that was about the language of emotions. So this person you see on the top, he says, you know, about the art of living together. If you want to find out what that is, come along with me. And then the video follows him. He gets out of his office. He walks somewhere, and there you see a lot of young people interacting with each other, dancing, singing, doing theater, and really, you know, you see people from very diverse backgrounds. And this video is also very interesting because it was shot, you know, as one long video, and that also helped to see that, you know, just following him, you could already see a lot of activities happening at the same time. So that was also a nice way to show that young people are involved with this topic and they are doing something by themselves, you know. This showed that. And Tia Formizone showed a very nice soccer team in Italy, which was, here you see, for instance, 5 young people from, I think, 4 or 6 backgrounds, so Cape Verdean, Dominican, Ukrainian, Italian, and, you know, they were connecting through soccer. So they were all from the same neighborhood, and by playing soccer, you know, they bonded. But another way in which people bond is by food. We all love to eat delicious food. And in this video, people were asked to taste something and then to guess what country that food was from. And that was also a playful way, you know, to talk about shared experiences or, you know, different tastes. And it was also a very funny video, you know, just by means of humor. It was also nice to see people laugh and talk about this. And the tone of voice of the video was more, you know, positive. And I would really recommend to also watch this one. But I could actually say that about all the videos. And this was one Shema also talked about a little bit with regards, you know, to share it. But this was the one we produced ourselves. And I'll just briefly say that, you know, this was a video where young people who born and raised in the Netherlands, but also refugees who were just recently coming to the Netherlands, where they talked about topics, you know, they deal with, and at the end they went to eat haring. It's a Dutch delicatessen, you know, a kind of fish, which is eaten also at in a weird fashion. But that was also an interesting way, you know, to bring people together. Also, a song was produced, but I can't tell a lot about that. But I think the lessons we learned from this campaign is, you know, that young people who have to deal with any form of discrimination and exclusion at an early stage of their development may in the long term face challenges that can prevent them from participating in society. And by highlighting the challenges that groups experience in society, we can also make them, you know, negotiable. We can talk about it and help shape or form their future. So all these videos were developed by partners show that how important it is to get in touch with people who think differently, because this really can help to dispel or change the prejudice we have back and forth, because all of us have prejudice if we would like it or not, and this really showed that. The last campaign I'm going to talk about is the Extremely Ethical campaign. And at the time of, you know, writing or doing this research and developing these videos, I didn't notice that. But now, you know, with the Corona pandemic, I can see, for instance, in the Netherlands, that there erupts a whole group of people who are very against, the measurements, the vaccine, and everything, and they say that with regards to their freedom being taken away from them. So freedom of expression or freedom to, live your life, that is a way of thinking about life which is really, deeply embedded in their view of life. But, something as important as, staying healthy and also as a society or even world public was being approached from a total different approach, yeah, well, I'm digesting. But so with regards to the extremely ethical campaign, we talked about the language we use and freedom of speech to promote hate, because that's also being done. And we did this especially, with the focus on online communities between young people, and also how groups in society are being treated by radical groups and are unfairly treated with an appeal to freedom of speech. And we were wondering if, can you use this right of freedom of speech to say anything you want, or should there be an ethical limit to this? And these campaigns, were aimed to take your responsibility in your communication with others, whether it be online or offline. And we wanted people to, be able to communicate with each other, and that they need to have respect, something we don't hear very often anymore, at least not in the Netherlands. So yeah, I'll just give one example, because this was a very, this is a video where a girl who's just standing there in the middle, and she's dressed in more light color, and people are walking behind her in black with phones in their hands, and you can hear them type messages, and she's just standing there. But every message, says something. One person says something about her appearance, another says something, about how she's slutty, or very harsh remarks, and this shows her, being affected by just people who comment something on the internet. And this was a very nice way in which people from Hungary, expressed that all the things you say on social media have a deep impact even on real life people, people in society who can get hurt by just a seemingly funny or innocent remark you're making on a video you're seeing on the internet, but people really being affected by this. And also, there was also a statistic shared about cyberbullying and people really, taking their own lives because of this. So it was a way to show that a remark you're making, which you might think is innocent, about someone's weight or appearance, could eventually even result in that person taking their own life. So that, to be aware of the impact you can make, that words can hurt, and also to take responsibility, with the things you're expressing online. So yeah, in some, I think the conclusions we can make and recommendations is that we start talking about the art of living together, but that's of course a broad concept, and I think it's important that in the end everybody has to take a certain amount of responsibility for their actions, and that actions inevitably have consequences. And so if we want to live in harmony, together in harmony and peace, the responsibility is something which has to really be something everyone is careful of. It's important, to empower young people. That's a must. But also to try to bring together people from opposing views in order to settle prejudices back and forth. And we believe that people have more in common, and much more than what separates them and what divides them. And instead of assumptions, it's necessary that these are settled in peaceful environments. and so then people can realize that we need each other, and that we have much more in common than we think. These meetings are important also at a young age. I think even talking about school environments, because later in life, after you're about 18 years old, you're not obliged to do anything. If we could talk all day long about how important it is to get together with people from opposing views, but everybody lives their own life. You go to work and you get back home and you do whatever you want. You go do a sport or a hobby or whatever, but we can't force anyone to get together. But you can do that when people go to school, primary, secondary school, and it's important to at least have one or two or multiple instances where people get those first positive encounters with people from very different backgrounds. So that could be ethnicity. In the Netherlands, we have black schools and white schools. So schools which are very monocultural Dutch, but also schools which are very multicultural, but without Dutch or very small amounts of Dutch people going to them. And perhaps making sure that those two schools meet with each other, and also that they do activities together in order to bond. So as we saw, soccer, food, those kind of themes can be very helpful. Another thing is important, of course, that everybody should take their own responsibility in order to live together. I think that COVID really made the execution of our initial intention very difficult. But it also showed that something as big as COVID can provide new opportunities, because we were not able to get together offline, but young people, our target audience, was going more online, not only them, but everyone. So by being agile and adapting to these new circumstances, it allowed us to even make a bigger online impact. So everybody was already locked at home and looking at their screens. So big adversities like COVID or any other thing can also offer huge opportunities, but we have to look at it from that angle, because you can really be locked into thinking, we can't organize anything, we can't do anything, no, we can't, we're not allowed to, no, we're in the lockdown. So that's one way of looking at it, but another way is really, that's true, but what can we do, and how can we adapt to this situation? And that really helps to continue. And I think in sum that we think that engaging young people on different issues is also very important, especially regarding topics that concern them. And I myself was in that sense prejudiced, or I presumed that they knew much less, and it was an information gap. But I think now that it wasn't much of an information gap they have, it's more of an experience gap. So they do have the information with regards to certain important topics, but they, at least in the people I encountered, the experiences, they needed to live more through those experiences. And I think it's very important, that they become digitally literate, and how to process information you encounter online. Everything you see isn't, the truth, and it really helps to also become more aware of how to digest information you see online. And I think by this way, by empowering young people in the long term, we will get to the society we want and we are hoping to reach. So thank you for your attention.
Outcomes of the 3 campaigns is part of the project, and especially focusing also on the Dutch experience, given that it's quite of a pertinent the situation there. Now I have the pleasure to introduce our main expert on the subject. Mr. Alexander Ritzman is going to join us online. He has more than 20 years of experience in the field of prevention of violent extremism and countering violent extremism, being a senior advisor to various institutions across Europe. He's the co-chair of the Radicalization Awareness Network's Communication and Narrative Working Group, which created the so-called Gamma model that is a practical guideline for carrying out effective alternative and counter-narrative campaigns. So he would introduce this model and give a bit more of a detail about it.
So thank you very much for having me. I'm going to start a presentation in a second. I would like to thank ExtremelyEunited, which I have worked with in the past in the capacity as a RAN expert. The RAN, for those who don't know it, is a network of PCVE practitioners, teachers, police persons, social workers, communication experts, about 6,000 of them in the EU, and they meet regularly in working groups to exchange knowledge and to learn from each other. And the communications and narratives working group, which I co-chaired for 5 years, I'm no longer the co-chair, but was until recently, focused on alternative and counter-narrative campaigns. So we evaluated a lot of campaigns. We looked into what seemed to work, what didn't work. And in this process, we came up with the so-called Gamma Plus model. The Gamma Plus model was, so to say, based on the practice, but also is based on findings from psychology, anthropology, neurosciences, and social sciences. So cognitive biases were mentioned in the beginning. So these were an important part, discussing those when trying to reach out to people. So the Gamma means goal, audience, message, messenger, media, action, plus evaluation and monitoring. That's the whole idea behind it. So let me run you through it, because you can look at the papers, of course, we published on this, but there are some, I think, interesting insights here. This model is not to give, let's say, simple answers to complex challenges. It is, as I said, a result of years of digging into these campaigns, working with the practitioners. And it's more about asking the necessary hard questions at the beginning and to benefit from the mistakes others have made, and also, of course, from the positive developments. So the objective here and the key questions are: how can campaigns be effective? And of course, how to not make them potentially harmful in terms of fostering polarization or stigmatization, which is always an issue if you intervene in other people's lives, especially when it's about identity, values, sacred values. So also maybe my presentation then is a bridge to the third panel, which I think talks about sacred texts. So success, the goal, the G, what is the campaign really trying to achieve? So if it's hard to pin down what the real objective is, then I guess more effort needs to be invested. This is a tricky one, I know that, but it is, if people say, like, we want to reduce extremism in the European Union, that's a vision, not a goal. A goal is something that can be brought down to measurable indicators. And of course, this is limited in its spectrum, so to say, but it needs to be done as a recommendation from the RAN. Invest in being clear in what you actually want to achieve. And then, of course, you need a practical theory of change, asking yourself, why should this work? Why should the others listen to what I have to say? Really, why would they listen? We get plastered with communication, with people who want to try to sell us products or ideas or ideologies. Why should someone else listen? When was the last time you changed your mind at a topic that mattered to you? I always find this very useful. When was the last time I really changed my perspective onto something? So this is something that should be taken time and investment in terms of collaborative efforts to finding some good answers here. Why should the target audience change their minds? Again, there's these implicit theories of change where we think that when we have a good story, somebody else might also like it and change their way of thinking. and versus what we recommend an explicit theory of change, meaning it's based on in-depth research, proof of concept, somebody else has tried something similar, there was an evaluation, we learned this and that, and direct input from the audience that you're trying to reach. It's always very difficult to reach people, especially when it's about values and identity. So here, and I think this is the next slide, a lot of campaigns that were presented here and videos were about primary prevention, I would say democracy promotion. And here there's a slightly different approach. I'm not saying that you need to 100% understand every audience you're trying to reach when you're promoting democratic values, right? But as soon as you touch extremism in terms of secondary prevention, meaning that the target audience is to some degree exposed to extremism. They live in an area with a high level of extremism. They have family members. They have group members that are in their vicinity or online or offline affected by extremism. Or tertiary prevention, meaning addressing extremists. Here you really need to know who you're talking to and really do segmentation of the audience. And as I said before, I think and we recommend to always have someone from the target audience in your group, a former member or someone who has been working on this for a long time, because as we know, the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions. So if we intervene in other people's values and identities, the chances are very high that we're offending them without wanting to. Yeah, and also we need this again to understand why people might change their thinking and behavior. As soon as we're invested in an idea, it takes extra effort for us to change our perspective. So the hyperlocal context is something we're also pushing, meaning really going down into, let's say, neighborhoods in terms of streets, and online dimension would be specific online groups or specific segments of online platforms. For example, if a misunderstanding of religious texts is identified as a key driver of a radicalization process, then religious instruction about other perspectives could be effective, right? But first, we need to be sure that that is the problem. And to be sure that that is the problem, we need to understand the hyperlocal context. And here it's the same. Is it about adventure seeking, masculinity, heroism, so being a soldier? Then, of course, we could approach that audience with a different set of alternatives. And of course, if it's about a neighborhood where there's recruitment, some sort of hotbed or hub of radicalization, then empowering credible voices is maybe a priority. So in theory, we should do all of this, but we always have limited resources and limited time. And therefore, it's very important to understand what is actually going on with the group of people you're trying to reach. In secondary and tertiary prevention, as I said, in primary prevention, I think we can be a bit more broad in reaching out to people. And then there's the 1% problem in all of this, which I call the 1% problem. So when you try to categorize a target audience, socially, economically disenfranchised, discriminated against, no matter how many attributes to bring to that group, the vast majority will not radicalize. Out of every group, how it doesn't matter how bad people feel or how bad their situation is, there's always just a tiny, tiny, tiny group that actually radicalizes towards extremism. So figuring out what is the driver for that tiny minority is the biggest challenge, and we should not fall for, let's say, big headlines like poverty or discrimination, because if discriminated people would be open to radicalization, we would have different numbers. This is just a necessary factor, but not a sufficient one. So what is the secret sauce that makes people then go? And often it is about hotbeds and recruiters, charismatic recruiters, and so on. So the hyperlocal context matters. I said that already. We can skip this here. Hotbeds is something, as I just tried to say, because of this 1% problem, We need to dive in. What is the difference between a neighborhood that is radicalizing and a neighborhood 5 streets down with basically the same people not radicalizing? And often it is a charismatic recruiter, preacher, whatever it is, depending on the ideology or the religion. So this is important, but also we need to look into resilience. Why are 99% not radicalizing? And this is still under-researched. The resilience factors, let's say the organic alternative narratives. The family sits down for dinner. One person has a terrible video on their phone about some injustice, and they say, we need to do something. We need to join this and that group. And someone else in that family says, well, this is a real terrible situation, but look at it from this perspective. These kinds of narratives. So people like I don't have to invent things, but we need to reach out to those who already have effective, alternative, organic, so to say, alternative narratives. We need to make sure that in our work we don't spread extremist propaganda. So we first tell the story of the extremist, and then we say why it's wrong. There's a lot of research indicating that our brains pick up the first part and people might become interested in extremist ideologies because of a PVE intervention. We can talk about this if someone's interested. Stigmatization, key issue. Well-intended, half-informed outsiders trying to fix a problem. The chances of making the problem bigger are immense. And if we look at the last 15 years of PCVE, I'm not sure that the balance sheet is looking extremely great, right? Despite the resources, despite all the smart people and good-willing people involved, we have to take a closer look why we so often seem to miss some of the essentials here. So last points, quantity matters. I like it very much that ExtremelyEunited put out so many videos. There's strong research indicating that if you have a fixed budget invested in many small videos, you have a stream of alternative narratives. In alternative to having one fancy Hollywood style special effects video, right? So if you have a limited budget, what we all have, please focus on a stream of input. Oh, that was the wrong way. Call for action. A lot of people, when they're upset about injustice, cannot simply be talked out to do nothing. And also maybe that's wrong to talk them out of their emotions. It's about telling them what else they could do. Organize a march, write to your congressman, support this NGO, do fundraising, do something with that energy that people feel. And extremists always have a call for action. We, on the other hand, in PCVE work often forget that. We think that facts matter and that great stories are sufficient. Great stories only open the mind, maybe, when there's a cognitive opening, but people want to do something, and that's often missing. And of course, monitoring and evaluation. How are we supposed to know that this worked if we don't have proper monitoring and evaluation? And I don't mean that we have an external consultant coming in after the project, handing them a bunch of data and they writing a report. That's okay, and we've been doing it that way for a long time. Now it's more about formative evaluation, having someone with a monitoring capacity on the project the whole time. Of course, there needs to be a budget for that. That needs to be in the proposals to really to make sure we reach the target audience, to make sure our narratives are interesting to the audience, essential point. And last, very last point before lunch, prepare for success. Imagine this all works out and suddenly your site is down due to traffic issues, hundreds of people calling your phone, and you are exposed of maybe offending someone, even if you didn't want to. Prepare for success in terms of security and safety is an important part of this model. And please look it up if you like. I can send the link here to the organizers, so everyone who wants more details can have them in the paper. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. So welcome to our third panel. So this third panel will be about not only engaging with youth, but at the same time we will look at how the experts and practitioners engage with radicalization and polarization issues. So I will be very short because of the timing. So we will start with Janab. Janab is director of Institute Tevere in Rome. He is an activist, scholar, and public speaker on intercultural and interfaith relationships. And also, the Institute Tevere normally in Rome, they are very active in organizing many interfaith and intercultural activities. He is a researcher on sociology of religion, diversity, and minorities. Actually, I think he is preparing on his PhD still. Yeah, the PhD is never-ending process. Don't ask don't ask always when you are going to finish your PhD.
Hello again. It's a very great pleasure to be back to Brussels, to the capital of Brussels, Leuven, the capital, the center of Europe. Okay, I know all delicate issues between this federal states. I'm sorry, I get a little confused, but it's a great pleasure to be back here. Today I'm gonna talk about very briefly just our campaign. The Institute Tevere is responsible for. This is extremely critical, and there is something printed incorrectly. The title is Revisiting Extremism, not Italy Revisiting Extremisms, and to dialogue or not to, like, is a Shakespearean question here. We will try to answer at the end. Okay, first of all, what was this campaign? Extremely critical. In this campaign, our partners, and including Institute Tevere, we have attempted to deconstruct some narratives which have been constantly produced by the extremist organizations all over Europe, and we try to tackle them, just giving, I will say, a convincing framework for the young people so that they can approach this radicalist and the extremist discourses from a different perspective. And the partners were Arco Forum from Madrid, INS from the Netherlands, and Subjective Values Foundation from Hungary, Plateforme de Paris, and Institute Tevere. And here I just put some themes which we have picked up. We had a very lovely and dialogue-full journey among our partners, because we have learned lots of the information and literature given by the Leuven University. Thank you again. And then we try to understand what will be the the areas on which we can just work together. And here we just try to produce videos about Islamist extremism, far-right extremism, about fake news, and last but not the least, the asymmetrical alliance among extremisms in Europe. And unfortunately, we haven't finished all the videos yet, but I'm not here in an exam session, so I don't want to, make them public. I'm sure they will finish as soon as possible, because they are really lovely, great works, and we are looking forward to seeing them soon. Okay, in this process, I would like to give something very concrete to you, because, whatever we have produced till now in the last month, and as Institute Tevere, we engaged in a, I will say, in a process of meeting young, diverse, critical minds, and we contacted several universities, and we had a huge acceptance, and as you have seen, only the last one was online. And we met several people, and sometimes, for instance, I just remember Sapienza University, we had 60 people in the classroom, and in about 120 people not only watching, but actively participating from home, because I get very interesting observations even from the students who are watching us theoretically from home, maybe from garden, from somewhere else. And I just put them here to share with you the diversity among students, because Sapienza University we have met with students from Religious Studies Department, Tor Vergata from Social and Religious Anthropology Department, John Cabot University, it's an English-speaking university in Rome, from the Political Science Department, in Subria University, Como, from law department, in intercultural studies department, Catholic University, as your university, Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore, Sacred Heart University, Milan, history department, Trinity College, not the Dublin, it's another Trinity from US, but they are based also in Rome for some studies, for humanities department. But last but not least, that was a very interesting example in terms of, just reaching out, out of the European context. I had the great honor to present the project, especially the extremely critical campaign, to a group of people of Asian origin, not only India, but coming from Muslim, Christian, and Hindu backgrounds. And I had the great opportunity to discuss with them after my lecture about the extremely critical campaign. Okay, this I can't share all of the findings and questions and answers and all the interactions. It's a huge thing, but I'm sure we will give something after just having finished the other videos, and then we will give a nice report by the end of this year. Okay, I didn't want to call them findings because I find it a little bit for myself, just not for other people. I don't want to just presume that I have found something, but some observations during this journey, this lovely journey with our partners. First thing is religious illiteracy, but not only. We have, come across different illiteracies. Illiteracy about, some legal concepts. Illiteracy, since we are representing just, a European-funded project, sometimes a huge illiteracy about Europe, about Europe is a project, European is a project. That was something, and there's efforts of the European Commission, to create a more peaceful coexistence in our continent. But religious illiteracy was the main issue, especially when we are dealing with the sacred scriptures and their interpretation, the exegesis of different sacred scriptures in our projects. And concepts matter. Why? Because, we had this sometimes problems about intercultural translatability. It sounds better in French and Italian, but, okay, I'm sure you can understand what I mean. And here, because we try to give in the sense in the videos and in the project, we are not talking about extremism as a general overarching monolithic concept, but we have encountered extremisms and radicalizations. The whole idea is coming from when we are tackling with the fundamentalism, because fundamentalism started among some Protestant group in the United States. Then it had some different sort of declinations and interpretations, and then we started in the literature, we have started calling them fundamentalisms, and that's why also we had this same question, not just putting forward a concept as extremism, but we try to distinguish their nuance and their trajectory and their own history of development. And here are some concepts I would like to just also share with you. For instance, in the Italian context, of course, I know better because I was in all the time fieldwork and meeting so many people, and especially among young people, we had several questions. One of the video produced by the Istoteva Radical Loops, because in that video, Professor Zidane from Bologna University using the term Islamismo. And if you're a French, German, and English speaker, if I say Islamism, you can understand what does it mean. And at the very political level, of German Chancellor and some others try to make this distinction: Islam, or I say Islam, it's Italian, Islam and Islamism. But here in the Italian, for the context, the language questions, we have, for instance, Ebraismo is Judaism, Cristianesimo, Christianity, and most of the time people used to say, okay, like Islamismo, and you have several books, even textbooks. This textbook arriving to the cohort that we are trying to address, and they have this, chapters, Islamismo. It talks just about religion of Islam, but the professor tried to make this distinction, and several questions I got in different universities because these young people had this confusion about what is Islam and what is Islamismo in the Italian context. And just going further, and we had encountered the risk of superficial labeling in terms of when we are dealing with this extremism. Could be a religious extremism, could be far-right extremism. And, we had,
in the process of production, in the process of sharing these results between young people, the main question of labeling, sometimes just putting people into a position only labeled by their political, religious, or social, cultural, categorizations. And here it's emerged, I'm just summing up from different perspectives. Again, the bringing human person back to center. I mean, just these encounters, whenever you encounter, it could be a person from extremist groups or someone is exposed to extremism. But again and again, we should, go back to the idea of just putting the human person in the center. And also, I'm, just working in another institution called Jacques Maritain Institute. That's why it's a concept that I really like. Just not human being, not just human basically, but human person. But we don't have time to define that. And risk of extremization while contrasting extremism. This also emerged in different discussions and debates. Meaning that, our work should be always constantly self-critical. And I would like to just share it in our campaign, Extremely Critical, because where we are also, just dealing with extremism, dealing with radicalization, our approach, our work, our methods should be always self-critical and very aware what we are actually doing, because, I would say the process of extremization, most of the time, from a sociological perspective, have very similar paths, let alone be far right or far left or far the Islamist, whatever. And the last but not least, interfaith introduced encounters over sacred scriptures. And here, especially whenever young people and hearing some comments from Quran or from some other sacred scriptures, they tried always to engage with the sacred scripture, saying that, okay, I have heard, this verse somewhere else, but, they have given a different interpretation to that. And that's why just they try to make sense all the time, asking questions about the sacred scripture, which is not part of their tradition. And at this moment, my observance is usually these questions also make them a little bit, if they are not that much religious, make them a little bit religious, or sometimes less religious. They try to put a distance sometimes, or they try to, give an answer, to the interpretation, which is done by an expert, saying that, okay, maybe as a Muslim from Morocco, I don't think that the verse could be interpreted from this way. Or as a Catholic living in Milan, I don't know whether it is relevant, to our religious tradition. This is what we heard in different occasions. Okay, I don't also say what I'm just, proposing, but I put it extremely eschatological, what I'm expecting afterwards. This is maybe a very Roman concept that I'm used, extremely eschatological. And first thing, this is a field that I'm sometimes using for my work. Here, already we heard the name of Foucault. Foucault also gives a very important perspective about the archaeology of different concepts. But here there's another literature, Begriffsgeschichte. This is the history of concepts and conceptualization with Koselleck, mostly Otto Brunner, but also Christian Meyer. And in this field, I think all the process and all our encounters with students and university professors, and most of the time, I had totally forgotten, in these meetings, there were not only the professors who were invited to talk, but several professors from home and also in the classroom. They didn't only, watch and follow the presentations of the projects, but also they just engage us with us in a very different manner, very active manner. And Begriffsgeschichte, I think it would be interesting for this area how to, tackle with extremism from a critical perspective, because we felt the necessity of profound research of some concepts which were used by extremist groups. We tried to, since we had some limits, didn't have only financial limits, but we also the biggest problem is the time limits. We couldn't really spend too much time, but we tried. I think we need, for the future project, we need more time to understand where these concepts are coming from, their context, not only historical, but also
their social context we have to understand. Okay, another, extremely eschatological for the future, I think we definitely need to involve all stakeholders, and now I'm explaining what I mean, into the diagnosis and possible cures. What I mean is here usually when we look at the, today's extremisms, we usually focus on young people here and the extremist organizations. But what we have found, I have already heard from different partners today, and it's also important to look at the role of the states and the local authorities and what they are producing, academia, the production of academia on religions, on Islam, etc. Again, Foucault, of course, in order to understand what the processes of knowledge production. But also, I'm challenged maybe all of you here, all of us being part of it, and also the European institutions, to look at the whole knowledge production. How can we really just, be in a harmony, I would say in a harmony, to tackle this problem, involving everyone, every institution into this process. Okay. I will just say very briefly, the whole process, at least for this campaign, the critical campaign, leaves us not an idea of that we are ending something, because we have actually started something. And this is not on the end, but a solid stone to pave a long path, because we have all the discoveries. This is the maybe Socrates, affirmation. We have little bit discovered our ignorance, and we have little bit discovered the huge, I would say, area that we have to tackle as Europeans. I would like to underline it because we were really delighted to meet some students whenever they would like to, ask a question, whenever they would like to be part of the debate. They found this moment that this Extremely United project is presented in a university classroom, and they said, I feel myself now a more active citizen. It's not just every 5 years I'm going and vote for the European Parliament represented in Brussels and the Luxembourg, Strasbourg. But not only this, now I felt myself, to talk about a project which is, supported by the European Union, European Commission. But on the other hand, I see this is something actively happening, and we would like to part of it. Last point, and I'm just finishing, and the whole journey actually left me with the impression that we have the possibilities to reinventing the European piazza, Öffentlichkeit, public space, not despite of extremisms, but thanks to the dialect created by their challenges. Thank you so much.
I invite Temirhan for the speaker here. So Temirhan, founding member and executive director of the ARCO Forum, a non-profit association, intercultural and interreligious dialogue. He has a master's degree in political analysis and mass media at the Rey Juan Carlos University. He did doctoral courses in political science and international relations. Now he is also an active member of several forums and civil society organizations, especially with the ARCO Forum. They organize many activities and campaigns, programs about the cultural diversity. So the floor is yours.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this presentation, Erkan abi. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the Extremely Informed project, and we have here 4 partners who have been involved in this, and we have been the leader of this project. So as the title that we have selected is Engaging Youth with Religious Texts and Experts. It's like, first of all, Janab has been talking about here, and it also reminds us about when we say engaging youth with religious texts, the scripture reasoning sessions, which we have been doing in another project and in another moment. But here what we would like to emphasize would be like engaging people, engaging young people with the experts who are going to treat the different aspects of their religion that they practice. And I'm going to the content, which would be like talking briefly about the descriptions and objectives of this campaign in which we have been working, extremely informed, and then the target audience and expected results, and of course would talk about in detail about the video topics and the partners who have been involved and the challenges and the findings, etc., inside these presentations, and then a brief conclusion and recommendations for this. And as you can see, this informed campaign was going to, we're supposed to provide 5 videos. I say we are supposed. At the end, you will see that hopefully there will be more videos about this in this extremely informed campaign. And also we were obliged to, no, not obliged, sorry. We are also going to do offline activities, and instead of 2, there would be more than those. And the topics that the experts, different experts in Islam, as you can see, are going to explain to the different audiences here the tricky word, and I will comment it in the end, the true nature of the sacred writings and their interpretation, thus challenging extremist violent interpretations and hate-oriented religious discourses. So as you can see, the main idea is to both to prevent and also countering those extremist ideas. Coming back into the aims of this campaign, again, challenging and deconstructing, exposing those violent Islamist propaganda related to the distortional interpretations of the Quran, and providing also the youth with critical thinking tools. This is the second aim. And then also the most difficult part probably is to reaching out to young people that are sensitive to Islamist extremist propaganda. And when it is most difficult one, we have to bear in mind that these campaigns' main aim is to get to them in an online platform. So we can see the numbers will show that it's not that very easy, I think. And we have to do many brainstormings about how to make our content to reach them. And also the deconstructing that myth that Islam is a religion that incites violence, right? So the target audience, you are all aware, it's all the partner institutions, countries, and the young people. Here I've put the photo of one of the campaigns in which we have been also working. It's a tolerant campaign. So interestingly, in the Plaza Mayor in Madrid, there were some guys from Holland and Belgium, and we have also interviewed them, and then other staff members of ours, volunteers, etc., who have been also being active in the production of that video. And so this on the right side, at least, those youngsters really are presenting like the youngsters panorama, young people's panorama that we want to reach in Europe. There are like at least from 5 different countries. So the expected results of this informed campaign are, as you can see, the numbers are very challenging, I would say, because we are monitoring the numbers, and I've been talking with Shema also about the reach, and she also presented here the reach and the comments and the likes that we are having on different social media platforms, right? Yes, we use Twitter, but you just go get to that people, but they do not produce it and they visualize it on that platform, right? And so mostly they are going to be done on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. Here, these comments I have copied from the proposal. They are not very update, as you may think, as you may know. But these are the numbers that we have to achieve. Through these 5 initial videos that has been written in this extremely informed campaign, right? So what we have produced and we are now producing in the stage of production are these videos. The published videos are 5. As you can see, I would like to pay attention to the thing. What we have been talking in our steering meetings, we thought we took, of course, into consideration the different aspects and different details about the youth problems and concerns in different countries, of course. But also we took also the idea of showing or giving voice to the people from very different walks of life. Not only imams talking and explaining the religion, because not only imams are part of Islam, right? There are many, many other people from different walks of life, experts, as you can see here, the historians, the political scientists, the artists, the musicians, etc., whom we have approached, and interviewed them, and then produced materials about the activities that they are engaged with. And as you can see, we can go by one way to those published videos and talk about the details. But the unpublished ones, not unpublished, to be published ones, someone has corrected me, my colleague, when I said unpublished one. The videos that we are going to publish are those on the right, and you can see that we are also talking, we will talk about the gender and religion, the concept of martyrdom, which would be like shahada or shaheed, to be shaheed, no? And or the what is holy, and also the concepts of jihad, again in another video, and the Muslim and non-Muslim relations, also touching the concept of Al-Andalus and the convivencia, the living together on that environment, etc., because you probably know that many of the Islamist radicals from the so-called Islamic State also have been reivindicating the Andalusian past, Al-Andalusian past of the modern Spain, right? And as you can see in the first video, here, as you can see, again, I'm just coming back, we are going, hopefully, to produce 11 videos, 5 published and 6 to be published. So the this video was the first video published in this campaign, was about the Islam and art. I would like those citation from the master. Art is essential for the social inclusion of young people, for helping to develop their identity and personality, in paving their way. I think this is a good description, because it could also be a moment for many people from, let's say, from the Muslim background or immigrant background, who who would really find themselves through this expression of arts. It could be this kind of art or different kind of arts, but when the person who is Muslim and he is like explaining and giving some, let's say, Islamic and religious references on the importance of art, and linking it to the art of the creation, which is Allah's creation, and you can see that art in every part, in every aspect. Maybe this kind of maybe references, you have been referencing it in your presentation, it could also be very strong for those people who are really trying to find themselves in the society, and so probably through this expression of art they will find themselves, and then they will be also successful, we hope so, right? And so the expert also has been mentioning about the hadiths. Hadith is the tradition, the prophetic tradition, and he's been also versing some Quranic ayahs. Ayah means verses, right? Quranic ayahs also about the importance of art. It's a very interesting video. And what we would also emphasize here is that we have translated, we do many activities from our, in Arco Forum in Spain, many activities related to the arts, and this one is in Hebrew art and also calligraphy. So we translated it into Spanish, and we also projected in some social centers this video. And it had very good comments on the video. among the immigrant people, especially it was. The second video here, my colleagues from Tevere, Institute Tevere made, was about this, the relation between Muslim, Islam and music. And here, when you see the message that transmits one of those participants here, it's a group, an interfaith and intercultural group, let's say interethnical group that exists in Rome. You have to see this video, and we're not going to put it now, of course. How the word that I love, it's not coexistence, because coexistence has some negativity on it. I think convivencia was used in Spanish, like that living together, right? That art of living together. So you see that in their all-day gatherings or in their performance, of course. When I'm on stage playing instruments, giving concerts, the only thing people hear is my instrument, she says. Nobody cares, he says, it was a man, I guess. Nobody cares where I come from or what I believe in. So this quote is very interesting, I think. So we have also some positive comments, the reviews, let's say, on social media. And I will just read the last one. It's in Italian, of course. We put the translation there too. The clear proof that coexistence, I would change that into convivencia, but it doesn't exist that word in modern English, I guess, between different faiths and cultures is possible. So I'm going to I'm going to another video, which is about the concept of jihad. Probably many youngsters, young people, do not express and do not ask it, but inside they have that question. And even if they are Muslim, etc., they do want to find some answers to it. If no one is answering, if your child, some of you are have more years than me, you're older than me, probably you have a child, and probably your children is not asking it. It doesn't probably mean that they're not interested in the concept of jihad, but they may have it, because there is every time on the media the terms of jihad, sacred war, this kind of thing. So I think that is very relevant, and as you can see, the platform INS had this video in collaboration with 4 young people who are also who've also formed the Youth Advisory Board. So the concept of this video was developed by those people, for those guys, and then in the pre-production and post-production they were very active, as they told me in our different meetings. So the terms, like the questions, what does it mean, and they are curious about the term jihad, is something positive and negative, etc., with different, with a perspective from this Imam Azzeddin Karat, who is active and well known in Netherlands among the young people, mostly. And so it was a really interesting video. I will go to the next one. So, okay, this is the same video, but I would like just to also highlight the activeness of these young people who also ask the questions to the pedestrians, etc. I'm coming. Pedestrians who also were both young and adults, etc. Another video that has been already published, and second part of it is going to be published today, if you follow the Extremely United video YouTube channel, is with this professor of associate professor in terrorism and political violence, who was talking about the sources and resource unification, integrity of sources in Islam, and also different frequently asked questions that the young people also ask about, of course, the relation between science and religion, etc., etc. So very short but very rich video, I would say. The last video, the last one that I'm going to we are publishing now, was this video. 2 videos will come out of this trip. We had a trip with young people, with young collaborators of ours, volunteers, actually they are, to Valencia to interview an imam, a Spanish imam, who is an interfaith activist and who has been like taking us to the different parts of Valencia, which has also very rich history, both modern and the contemporary, both, and also from the perspective of Al-Andalus is very interesting, where you can see the convivencia, again, that word. You'll probably memorize that word, convivencia, living together of people from 3 Abrahamic traditions, right? So he was like commenting an interesting thing that how come that the radical people are reivindicating the importance of Al-Andalus, etc., especially, as I said before, the Islamic State, etc., while that Andalus that they are reivindicating was a multicultural, multi-religious society that these guys don't want, that they don't like. Or in other words, that civilization was very, as we know it as a civilization, thanks to that multiculturality and that atmosphere of tolerance and atmosphere of respect, etc. So it was interesting. So you can see in other videos. Just 1 minute more probably. About the offline events, we were supposed to do 3 offline events, but hopefully, thanks to Janab's activism and the Italy's, he was explaining the I think those universities in your presentation, critical presentation, were also one part of it inside the Informed campaign, right? So they have been projecting it in those 5 or 6 universities that he presented and showing the videos, one from Extremely Informed and other from Critical, and having many interesting feedbacks. I think that part is very important because, as we can see, unfortunately, we're not receiving so much comments on the social media. Probably what we have to do, and this could be one of the ways, we are in Spain where we're wanting to do that with different videos of different campaigns, visiting, because we have some contacts both with the universities and other social centers, etc., to go there, to explain the project, to project the videos, and then ask them to comment. Even if they cannot comment it on the internet, but at least we can also like take. This is not written in any part of the project, I know. But if we really want to make our messages to reach those young people and other people, I think this would be one of the ways, right? So in Netherlands, we had, the numbers are there. We had 10 youngsters with whom they have talked about the topics treated in the jihad video, and also I have already talked about the youth advisory board that I have created. And another offline meeting, and I have 2 slides on the left, finishing, is one of the meetings, the book presentations that also Italy did. It was about the contemplating Allah, the book of the Yahya Pallavicini, who is a very well-known Italian Muslim scholar there, right? Theologian there, and rules on the inner way of Muslim masters. The 30 people and more than 180 views have been done in YouTube. You can see it. Just conclusions and recommendations probably. What we have learned, and many of other presenters also highlighted, is like we have to engage young people in the both concept developing processes and the pre-production, and if it's possible in the post-production also. This could be like with youth advisory boards, creating of youth advisory boards. It could be through internship and volunteering opportunities, which is the good thing that is working with Arco Forum. We have several agreements with the universities, and people are coming, and it's like we are somehow giving a training for them for 4 or 5 months. So last year, this year until now, we have had 4 students from universities of Spain, one from Germany, it's like extracurricular activities, and we had 4 other volunteers. So we had a team of almost 8-9 youngsters who have been like very active in all the process of, sometimes in the concept development, sometimes in the pre-production, and sometimes in the post-production, editing, translating, because we have not talked about those who are producing videos directly in English. You have it's good for you really, because what we are doing is like rewriting them, translating them, and then subtitling them into Spanish, into English, the videos that we are producing in Spanish, right? This is the case for other partners, Italy and other partners who are producing in other language than English, right? So, and also, as I said, the concept of the terms that was used there was like the true interpretation. I took it from the proposal document, and so these comments we have received from the universities that Janab has visited. So probably instead of true interpretation, probably the people would say that you are yourself an extremist by saying that I only have the truth. It's me only who has the truth. So you have to listen to me. Like it's going to sound like this, right? So probably we have to put it trustable interpretation or other other terms that you can also suggest here. But and at the end here you have Averroes. He is the Andalusian. He was born in Cordoba in the 12th century. He's Andalusian, and his Islamic name is Ibn Rushd. And this very beautiful quote is: "Ignorance leads to fear, fear leads to hate, and hate leads to violence." This is the equation. So please, let's do our best to inform people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Temirhan. Now I am moving my last speaker, Christian. He's eager to wait us. Hello, Christian, by the way. I hope you are well.
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
That's good. We are just waiting, if possible. Is it okay, Mit? No? I'm speaking. So, Christian Moss is from the European Economic and Social Committee. Normally, this committee is our partner for organizing this conference. He's member since 2015, this committee, the European Economic and Social Committee. At the same time, he is head of the Education and European and International Affairs of the German Civil Society in Germany. And he was very active, especially in radicalization, in understanding radicalization. Why? Because he was reporter of the 2017 report published by European Economic and Social Committee on prevention of youth in Europe. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Erkan, thank you for the invitation. I've been following the contribution so far with great interest, and might have 1 or 2 critical questions in the course of my short presentation of what we have been doing, what we're doing. Well, I'm quite active in in a group of this advisory body, the European Economic and Social Committee, which is an advisory body of the European Union. I'm quite active in a group on fundamental rights and the rule of law. We created this group because of the threats that we see for liberal democracy and the rule of law in Europe. This means mainly coming from right-wing populism and such governments in several member states, and the undermining of the freedom of media, freedom of and independence of justice in some member states. You've been following this certainly, and but before that, we already also looked at the phenomenon or the phenomena described as radicalization. And I had the opportunity to draft a report, well, an opinion on radicalization and how we can prevent it. And this is what you're discussing also today, how we can prevent it, especially the radicalization of young people. Radicalization, whether it is political or religious, religious radicalization eventually becomes also a political phenomenon, obviously, but it seems to be something that concerns mainly young people, and that seems to have always been the case in history. When you look at political extremist movements, the people that were prone to also developing extremist ideas seem often, at least, seem to be young people. And obviously, when we drafted this opinion, when we discussed this opinion, we were under the impression of the terrorist attacks that we had in Paris and in other places in Europe, of Islamic fundamentalist groups. Islamic State was mentioned. This has calmed down a little bit in the recent years, which some of the speakers already alluded to, but I don't think that the problem has disappeared. It is true that we have a growing problem of right-wing extremism all over Europe, with a lot of right-wing radical right populist movements, and also potential radicalization to the point of right-wing extremist terrorism, which we have seen, for instance, in my home country in Germany, with a group of terrorist young people killing people, shooting them, mainly Turkish people of Turkish nationality, so this is so this opinion basically tackles the process of radicalization, not only in the context of religious radicalization, but also political radicalization, because we believe that it is a phenomenon which is very acute and very important, and it would be wrong just to look at one angle of the problem. We've been trying to highlight what is already being done at the European level. For instance, there's the Radicalization Awareness Network, which to my mind is doing quite good work, but which is not very well known, which could have a larger impact. There are lots of civil society organizations that work in the field of prevention of radicalization, be it initiatives against right-wing extremism or against Islamic fundamentalism. But it is very important that this work is continuing, and that more is being done there. I personally, and obviously a very important field of action is countering hate speech in social media and extremist narratives that are resulting from also from alternative facts. I wouldn't like to use the word fake news, because this has been abused by someone who's spreading fake news himself. But alternative facts or disinformation, obviously we are being under attack also systematically in Europe by powers that disseminate disinformation in order to spread discord and fear and to weaken our society. So all that plays a role. And of course, there are also social there's also a social dimension of the problem, in as much as groups of young people feeling excluded from society, being unemployed, etc., may, it doesn't necessarily have to be that case, be more likely to have problem of, you know, it's often the problem seems to be that there is a crisis of identity, and you've been mentioning identity as an important issue, questions about one's own identity, etc. And people feeling excluded may more easily fall into the trap of the wrong preachers, whether they're secular or religious, preachers of hatred and of extremist views. And interestingly, it seems to be the same, really the same psychological processes, whether it's a neo-nationalist group and a young man, say in Saxony in Germany, who would be they befriend him, they replace his other friends, and eventually he cannot even speak to his own family anymore, and you know, he becomes really completely absorbed with what their goals are, etc. And eventually he even lives somewhere like this terrorist group did. You know, they live together somewhere but separate from all other people and start to kill people. Well, and the same thing seems to be happening with also the wrong imams radicalizing young Muslims. So whether religious or political, psychologically, it seems to be the same processes that are happening there. I think that in our societies, the fundamental value and importance should be that of human dignity and human rights, of democracy, the rule of law, and of a secular society with, as an important fundamental right, freedom of religion. But we do have tensions and problems in our societies because, and we have just had a very interesting contribution now about young people struggling with what is the truth of Quran, etc. But to my mind, there is no objective truth, neither in any holy scripture, neither in the Bible nor in Quran. The Crusaders that killed the Cathars, or the Reconquista driving back Al-Andalus, they were following a true interpretation of the Bible, their truth, right? And so I think it's very dangerous, actually, and does not help to speak of true Quran or of the true Bible. Now, there are not that many people now in our secularized European society speaking of the true Bible. But obviously we have right-wing populist parties and leaders that try to, how would I say, cut down on liberal democracy and establish a concept of illiberal democracy by also proning very reactionary family values, etc., Bible-based, and also sometimes, although they're probably not even Christian believers, but they sort of have this reactionary view of the world. Anyway, it's very dangerous to speak about truth in these matters, and I do not know if it's the right approach to speak to the young, whether they are irreligious or Christian or Muslim, trying to explain what jihad is. I mean, I suppose in this room, everybody knows, and without being an expert, not at all an expert on that, but I do know that it's sort of the inner struggle to be a good believer, a good Muslim, to do good things. Yeah, and there are truths of a Quran interpretation which are peaceful, very peaceful. And I do believe that the vast majority of the Muslims in the world, and also in our societies, of course, share this very peaceful interpretation. So in that sense, it may be interesting to discuss that, yes, with young Muslims who might be in danger of being radicalized, but once they are already starting to be radicalized, I do not think you can reach them anymore like that. What I think is much more important is that we all have to understand that in our societies, we can only live together peacefully if we subscribe to the rule of law and democracy and understand that religion has its place in our hearts, and that we have a fundamental right to believe what we want to believe or not to believe, but that it is not a concept for how our societies are being run. Not anymore. And if that is put into question, then we're having a problem, and there will be tensions. And I think that this discourse, this work that needs to be done, is more like, because I didn't quite get that. Who's the target group here? We do not need atheist or privately Christian or Jewish or Muslim people living in Europe to be convinced that jihad is a good thing or that there is a true Quran. We do not need that. This is my clear opinion. What we need is that everybody believes that everybody has a fundamental right to believe what they want or not to believe. That every woman has the right to dress the way she wants to dress. And that our schools do not allow for the separation of boys and girls because the one would be inferior to the other or weaker or, you know, whatever. That's what we need. So what we need is a secularization of Islam in Europe, because otherwise we won't have a good, peaceful future together. I'm afraid that must be clear. We have many places in Europe where we have parallel systems of justice, the justices of peace, and this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. When we speak about diversity and about diverse, tolerant societies, we must not be tolerant to developments which undermine the fundamental values of our societies. It's not possible. I will leave it there. I think this might have been a bit controversial. Thank you very much.
Some empirical inspirations, and we want to have a more participatory approach, have a good feeling of the life world of our subjects. It is my honor to present to you Dr. Marie Figuereux, who has a master's in Middle Eastern Studies and a PhD in Communication Sciences, and a very good grasp of the reality of what she researches. But the rest she can explain much better.
Thank you, Alexander, for the nice introduction. Still adjusting to the title of doctor, so it's still weird for me to hear it. But indeed, 2 months ago, I defended my PhD. Thank you. Thank you. Which is called Stranger Danger, and it's about communication on migration, radicalization, multicultural society, within the context of othering and in-group and out-group dynamics, and how we create in-groups and out-groups through how we communicate on these topics. And I went to see what the impact is of our communication on radicalization on certain groups in our society. But I will talk more about it in the presentation. Let's see how I move forward. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. PhD doesn't mean that you're up to date with all the technological new things. So I'll take you through the main framework of the PhD. I think some interesting conclusions from other studies for you. And then the main thing I will talk about here today are strategies that you can use when you're dealing with polarizing issues such as radicalization, migration, multicultural society. So as I mentioned briefly before, is that I worked from the framework of othering and in-group and out-group thinking, which means that an important insight from the division between in-groups and out-groups is that there's a marginalization of the out-group and the creation of a positive image of the in-group. And in the West, for the centuries, the major out-group has been the Muslim. And then you can imagine these narratives of barbaric and underdeveloped hysterical group of believers opposed to the in-group then that is rational and intellectual and civilized and superior to the out-group. And in this way of communication, there's a creation of an us versus them. And so, as I said, I looked at the dynamics of in-group and out-group in the communication about migration, radicalization, and multicultural society. All polarizing topics, and I have done this based on something that we call framing. And framing might be a new concept to most of you present here today, so I'll briefly explain this to you. It means that based on the perspective that you have or the frame that you use, an issue will be considered differently. So based on the frame that you use, you will connect a different cause, a different solution, different consequences to a certain issue. So you can see something as a problem or not as a problem. Now, in the image here, it might seem like someone else is holding the frame and someone is nudging you into a certain view on things, but actually framing is something that we all do, and it's something that we need to do to get a hold of reality, because reality is too complex, society is too complex, so we rely on certain structures that we have in our mind to make sense of what we see around us. Now, this might sound all a bit abstract and difficult, so I have a little example to show you the difference between different frames. So, for example, when we talk about migration, one frame to define what migration is the idea that someone migrating is a victim. So you see this presented in the image. It's someone who is helpless, who is in need of external help. You see it in the reflection of the doll. The child is dirty, is alone, and the solution lies thus in the superior West helping these people. Another perspective to look at migration is this one. It's what we call the intruder perspective, and it's when a migrant is seen as someone who is dangerous, who is coming to our country to take over, who's often linked to criminal rape, violence. So then the solution, so if you define migration this way, then the solution will be to close the borders and definitely not to reach out and help. So you see how you define a situation, the connected solutions and the causes and the consequences will change. Now, as I said, I have done different studies, and what I have mainly or firstly done in my PhD is to look at, well, what are these different perspectives to look at migration, radicalization, and multicultural society? So in what different ways are these topics defined, both in Belgium and the Netherlands? And then what is the experience of targeted communities with dominant perspectives? So I went to talk with people, young people in Molenbeek, Antwerp, and Verviers that from larger society are seen as potentially radicalized, what the impact is of the radicalization debate and the securitized view on radicalization on their daily life, and how they define radicalization. What does it mean for you, and what meaning do you give to it? And I developed a method to deal with this topic, which I will briefly talk about. And then I also looked at how society reacts to different perspectives, and also what the importance is of the source, so who is talking. So what are some takeaways to remember from previous studies that I have done? For example, I found that there are 12 different ways to define radicalization. Now, as you all in this room know, there's no consensus on what radicalization is, and it's clear that in the public debate in Belgium, there's also a whole variety of defining radicalization. For example, there is the idea that, so as I said before, you can define something as a problem and not as a problem. And there's the idea that radicalization is not a problem, but it's a phase in life that you can compare to puberty, where people are just testing boundaries and want to see how far they can go. They want to see, they're experimenting with some extreme ideas. They want to oppose authority, but it's a phase that will pass, so we don't have to make too much of it. And then there's another view on radicalization, which sees it as a criminal career, so that there's no ideology connected to it, but it's just people that have a criminal background and that continue to grow into a criminal group and gain status in there. And then that way there were 12 different ways to define and look at radicalization, and thus also 12 different ways to find a solution to radicalization if you define it as a problem. Because if you define radicalization as a puberty phase, it's pretty easy because there's nothing that you have to do. It will pass by itself. Now, as I said, I wanted to know, then I knew how in public debate people were looking at radicalization or what the different views were, and that there was also this very strong securitized view on radicalization, so it's something that we should be scared of, and that's treated very closely to terrorism, and that has a huge impact on, as I said, certain groups in our society. So I wanted to know how people that were targeted by it dealt with it. But as you all know, it's not an easy topic, and it's also not an easy target group to reach when you're talking about research. So I developed this method that based on cartoons. I went to talk with these young people. So all the perspectives that I just mentioned before, for example, radicalization as puberty, radicalization as a criminal career, they were translated into drawings. So now I just have an image of all of them together. So there were 12 different drawings, and then they were printed on postcards and used in the conversations. So you can also use them as a sort of game, but they're used to stimulate a discussion on the topic of radicalization. And I'll first show you maybe two in detail. The first one, for example, it's the idea that, and it's from the securitized perspective, that radicalization is contagious. So if you talk to someone that is radicalized, that you will catch this as well, and that there are certain areas in Belgium that should be avoided and that are breeding radicalization, I think in pandemic life terms that we can all recognize. And then this, for example, solutions are that you should isolate people that are radicalized, and you can very clearly see the translation of this idea of radicalization in, for example, the DERADEX departments in our prisons. So you can really see how we think about radicalization and talk about it. It also translates into concrete actions. Another view is here the puberty phase, what I said before. So this is how it was translated into a cartoon. And this is how it was used in the conversations. Now you see, it was actually through the fact that it was drawn. It was not something that I said, so I didn't say, what do you think about radicalization as a puberty phase? But it was presented on something external of me. Plus, there was the introduction of humor to discuss also difficult topics. For example, the connection of radicalization to religion, which is not an easy topic to discuss. And this humor aspect made it really, it broke the tension, and it really made it more approachable, and it really connected researcher to participant as well in the conversations. So we saw that this as a true extra value or an innovative method to deal with sensitive topics. Now, I just wanted to share with you some interesting insights from the conversations that I had. So firstly, the participants, they shared that they distanced themselves from the dominant discourse on radicalization. So the dominant view that radicalization, it's connected to religion, to community, and it's something dangerous. So they truly contradict the link between radicalization and religion, because they strongly feel the impact of that on their daily life. But that also contradicts the literature, because there's a lot of literature saying to bring the context in, the importance of both religion but also of community. And the conclusion is that by focusing on the individual, so really putting the fault at the individual level, that participants try to protect community, because you're also in some way putting responsibility to your community and to your religion, if you're saying that they're connected to this concept, because they are still problematizing radicalization. It's not that they say it's not a problem, it doesn't exist. So they do say that it exists, it's a problem, but it's not something in their life world, although broader society is connecting them to it. For them, it doesn't feel like something they are connected to. They really focus the origins of the problem on the individual level. And another interesting aspect of it is that if you explicitly discuss and ask the link between radicalization and religion, every participant will deny it and will contradict and will say that there is no link. But if you are discussing some other views on radicalization, or you're further in the conversation, you can see that there's an internalization of the dominant view on radicalization. So, for example, the feeling of surveillance is very much rooted in the way that they speak. So there were a lot of issues with the recording of the conversations, and through the conversations, it wasn't much, how do you say, aggressively, but it was also through jokes and everything. Constantly the attention was brought back to, oh, but we're being recorded. If you say this tomorrow, police will be at your door. So they're saying this in joke, but this feeling of we're being surveyed is very strongly present with all of the participants. And what I said before, so they deny the link between religion and radicalization, but further on in the conversation, they are discussing some other view on radicalization, and then they say, no, it's not true because he's not becoming more religious. So then you see that this dominant view is very much internalized in the way that they think, because rationally they contradict and they don't agree. But further on, if you're not so in a very much aware way thinking about it, then you see it's sinking through, if it's clear what I mean by that. So I really wanted to share these insights with you. Now, from all of these studies I wanted to see now what have I learned from all these studies when it comes to communicating about polarizing issues. So I developed this structure. So this overview of there are 3 main strategies to deal with polarizing issues when you're confronted with them. And I divided between to fight, to flee, and to fuse in relation to, it's just, how do you say, it's not based on, but it's in relation to what we all know, the fight, flee, freeze response, I think. I just like the alliteration of the words. I'll discuss all of them. So it's based both on literature that's already present about responding to polarizing issue and the insights I have from the studies that I did. And important things to keep in mind when you're developing communication on these topics is the importance of the source, because we did a study looking at the source, as I said before, and our research indicated that the validity and the feasibility of a perspective, so for example, can we take care of all refugees or can we close the borders, was closely connected to who was talking. So if you highly value the source, it almost doesn't matter what the person is saying. So I don't know if there's a lot of people who know the Flemish political context here, but this was highly significant in the case of Theo Franken in our research, who was then the Secretary of State of Migration for Asylum and Migration, and people who highly valued him at the beginning also agreed with whatever he said. So also things that contradicted his political views solely because of the source is so strong. So it's important to think about who am I as a source? Am I a journalist, an NGO? How am I perceived by society? Because your role there is different. And also, how is it said? Because the platform changes how you express ideas. For example, if you're using social media, sometimes you're forced into, 140 characters. So there you have to apply different tactics than if you're using another medium to spread your message, and a focus on the content of the message. Now, the first way or the first strategy that can be applied is what I have labeled to fight. So, for example, you're confronted with a polarizing issue, and then you're confronted with someone that has a different opinion than you have, there's a natural feeling to what we call to counter-attack. And especially on the internet, we see this, but that's also stimulated on social media through certain triggers. So for example, that you get more likes for angry messages, and that you also have selective exposure and something that's called attention bulimia, so that people are very much stimulated to gain more attention. But that's very much connected to the platform that you use. So we see differences between, for example, Twitter has more fighting strategies than Facebook or LinkedIn because your group is different. You're not going to share fighting views with your professional network, whereas on Twitter you're more talking to strangers. Now, what does that mean? Because you could say, oh, with polarizing topics, we definitely want to apply a depolarizing strategy. I don't think that's necessary. I think it depends on who you are and what you want to reach. I think if, for example, you are an NGO, your role is not to depolarize, but your role is to spread your ideas and your views and to stir debate. And you can do that in different ways. And then here are some perhaps weird or difficult words, so I'll tell a little bit more. You can do that through deframing or reframing, and deframing means someone tells you radicalization is typical for Islam, so we have to have extra surveillance for mosques in our country, for example. Then you can fight back, and your narrative can be, no, radicalization is not linked to Islam, but the downside, now this is very simply put, but the downside of applying a strategy like that is that you reinforce in people's minds the link between Islam and radicalization. So even though you're saying it's not linked, you're contradicting, research has shown that you are reinforcing this link. So a better strategy to apply is what we call reframing, so you tell your own story. So you create your own narrative. For example, what you describe as radicalization, because also a lot of people contradict the use of the word radicalization, is a search for identity, which can present itself in many forms. For example, people becoming vegetarian and attacking the meat industry. Also hooligans, it's a search of belonging to a group and a higher purpose, and it can have many outings. So in that way, you present your own personal narrative, but you don't focus again on that link between Islam and radicalization. So you don't trigger again the dominant viewpoint. I'm just checking what I have here. And deproblematizing. So you could say, if I use, I have used the word counterframes here. I haven't explained that before. So we make a division between frames, and they say radicalization is a problem because. Counterframes say radicalization is not a problem because. So if you use perspectives that say this is not a problem, you could say, oh, I'm introducing something new and I'm depolarizing, or I'm giving a new strategy. But actually, we have seen that these can also add to the polarization. For example, coming back to the radicalization as a puberty phase, this can really add fuel to the debate because opponents will think that this is minimizing problems too much. You don't pay attention to the fear that your conversation partner might have. So these are things to keep in mind. For example, what's an example of creating your own narrative? Now, this is an example on the migration debate, but this is a campaign that Elf, so an NGO used, I think it's 2018. So as I said, because your role as a pressure group or an NGO, it's not necessarily to depolarize. And on this campaign, they got a lot of response. So I'll just quickly translate. They say on the top, it says 140,000 vacancies are not getting response, let's say. So there's a lot of unemployment. And then they say a rescue is on its way. And then you see the photo. So they got a lot of reaction to it, also a lot of negative reaction, but you're considering here what is your aim. So they put the topic on the agenda. There was talking about migration, which was their goal. So we don't need to assume that to fuse and to depolarize is the only appropriate strategy. That really depends on what your aim is. And here I would just suggest to be prepared with press release, statement, interviews. Now you could say, well, that's very easy if you're an NGO, but what if I'm a citizen? I don't have this, I'm sorry? Yeah, infrastructure. I don't have the resources to spread these kind of campaigns. So easily people say rely on social media to spread your personal narrative, which for a lot of groups I think has helped. But I think we also need... Sorry, technology. We're back. Sorry. It's the end of the day for the Beamer too. We have to be aware of targeted hate messages, which are even more so for women and for people with a migration background. So it might be too easy to say, just base yourself on social media to speak up. There are other opportunities, such as cooperation with the media and academia, but often they are met with distrust. For example, the slide stays the same, so I'll just continue talking until I move forward and see if there's still a problem. For example, the participants I talked to in Molenbeek, they told the story of when a journalist came to visit, and they really knew that the journalist came from this perspective of Molenbeek, it's dangerous and I should be scared here, and they just stepped into it. So to the questions they responded to, yes, it's really dangerous to live here. And they really, the journalist stepped out and thought that she got a genuine reflection of the neighborhood that agreed to her previous perspective, and the students had a good laugh. But to have a true connection, it really needs a lot of time and investment. I think we'll see a good example of that in the next presentation, to which I applaud my ex-colleague Alexander. So systems of co-creation and the rethinking of how do you say, the powerful institutes, both media, academia, other institutes, what are things that we can do differently, and put everything to question. There are also other great initiatives, for example, Roots Leuven and Trail, and they are initiatives that really offer alternative ways to express your ideas, because we're often very stuck in, for example, a campaign or interviews, but they offer ways to express yourself through graffiti, slam poetry, dance. So really open it up to alternative ways to express your own narrative. Now, second, I'm a bit unaware of time, but someone will tell me to be quiet, I think, when it's time. The second strategy is to flee, which means, you run from the conversation, let's say. Topic avoidance. So you avoid talking about a certain topic. For example, you're at work and you have this colleague that you know you don't truly agree with, and he starts talking about refugees. So you just say, oh, there was a really nice football marathon last night. So you really switch the conversation to something else, which is also a strategy that you can apply. It depends on in what situation you're in. But we have seen, I think in interpersonal communication, it's really recommended, but we have seen on social media that it leads to what is called a spiral of silence. And it means that if you are, for example, on Twitter and you define there that the environment has a different opinion than you won't share your opinion because you're scared of how people will respond to you, to which we have also found evidence in our online experiment, because initially, people agreed more with the viewpoint that migrants are victims and that they should be helped, but it was the least, it was the perspective that people were least eager to share, let's say. So people didn't dare to share this perspective on social media, which is connected to this view that the outside world is hostile, and that you don't share this view, which is, of course, a spiral, because then less and less different ideas will be shared. So in interpersonal communication, it's recommended to flee. In other situations, it's recommended to keep sharing different viewpoints, because it stimulates the the debate and brings nuance, which brings us to what we can see as depolarizing two views. How do we connect? How do we reach out? And there are some elements that are important there. For example, empathy, bring in empathy in your conversation. For example, you have the contact theory, which means that if you're brought into contact with someone that you're scared of, that people will, that this fear will diminish and that these negative prejudices will diminish. This is also proven through, for example, storytelling and imagined contact. So you don't actually have to meet someone, but even if you're just in your mind have met someone, it also reduces prejudice, which I think is really interesting. Also, the bringing in of nuance. So in your communication, use multiple views, multiple perspectives. For example, journalists, I don't know if there's anyone in the room, but really pay attention to what kind of views am I introducing in my article, offer a combination of different perspectives, different voices. Also the language use. As I said, the creation of in-groups and out-groups, especially in the radicalization debate, it's also really interesting to see the words that were used. Even though the people that left to, for example, Syria, when we talk about the radicalization debate, there was a strong need to make sure that everyone knew that they were not true Belgians. So we really needed words to show that they were not one of us. Also, clearly put in the way that passports were taken away in court. So you see this creation of in-groups and out-groups in the words that are used. So your language use is very important. For example, we did a study on the multicultural society, and there was a lot of creativity in the words. For example, we have New Dutch, allochtonen, non-white Dutch, people with an Islamic background, Dutch Moroccans, Moroccan Dutch. In Belgium, we really talk a lot about second, third, fourth, fifth generation migrants. This really continues to stress the distance of you're not one of us. Keep wondering how many generations it will take until someone's just considered Belgian. So especially in the context of you're depolarizing and you're trying to connect, it's really important to be aware of this. And to think about the words that you're using and also the implicit messages that you're using. Because if you're talking about third generation migrants, maybe you're not awarely thinking of the distance that you're stressing, but it's definitely in your word use. And you're also, so from a social constructionist perspective, this means that the words that you use, they also lead to reality. So by labeling fourth generation migrants, you create fourth generation migrants. If you would not use this word, you would never think of people as migrants still. As I said before, your source is also really important. So what is my impact, but also who is given voice. So in my research, I have tried to capture the perspectives of the targeted group. But the question then also is, and I think that's why the next presentation is a really nice example. I'm the one presenting here. So who is given, who is on stage, let's say. So I think that's why we also need to be open to what are creative ways and alternative ways to go beyond what we're used to, let's say. And then just the final two, visuals. Often we use visuals in our communication to capture the attention of an audience, but we might lose out of our sight the ethics. Especially when we're dealing with minorities, who is represented in the picture and do you have their permission to spread the photo? It seems evident, but we all have seen the picture of Alan Kurdi, the little boy who died. We don't know to what extent the parents got a say in the spread of the picture of their deceased son. So there's a balance between spreading awareness and ethics. Minorities and especially minors, they don't get a lesser right to privacy or a say about their rights because there's no one speaking out for them. So especially in visuals, that's really important. And then there's also, of course, the choice what to present on the photo. As you saw the pictures of migrants before, do you present a group that seems threatening or do you present individuals? Are there alternatives that you can use? But I'll discuss that in detail in the chapter. And then there's humor. As I said, in the interpersonal communication, the humor really worked well to break the tension and to connect researcher to participant, especially in dealing with sensitive topics. But There's a difference between, of course, interpersonal communication and mass communication. I would not suggest to use humor in sensitive topics in mass spread messages. It can be insensitive, and you have absolutely no control on the audience perception. Perception. So really think about the context that you're using. And then final. It's almost given up. The cartoons can also be used, so I use them in the conversations, but they can also be used to create a discussion among, for example, youth workers or everyone dealing with radicalization to get some perspective taken. So what are different views to look at radicalization? As I said on postcards, they're really easy to use and to discuss in your inner group. But what exactly is the view of our organization on radicalization? And it helps you to understand potential personal bias. As I said, there was an indication of internalization with the participants. So it's really important to also see with yourself what could be my personal bias when it comes to this, and how is it expressing itself in my communication on these topics. And then the final part is the importance of emotion versus ratio. Always be aware that if someone reacts very emotional and very for example, in this context, has a lot of fear and is very scared, then the rational facts will not bring the connection. So you have to step in with empathy, that you understand, that you want to listen. But let's talk about this further. What if you think about it in this way? But do not ignore the actual fears that are there, because that will create more distance and definitely not depolarize. And then I would say you can always contact me if there's any questions or, I don't know, anything that you want to share.
It's really interesting to see how you are very aware of the sensitive context in which your research has taken place, and how that approach really gets us with some practical insight that are evidence-inspired. All right. Because I don't know if you know and if it's relatable for you, but in Belgium, the whole context of what we call radicalization, de-radicalization, is highly contested because it is very securitized, as Maria has mentioned, and very stigmatizing of a certain target group, right? And I myself have also been active as a practitioner for many years in the field. And this doesn't really help us, you know. If you're trying to deal with something and you don't really know what you're dealing with, it's a problem from the outset, right? And in an effort to break through this impasse and building on the example of Marie, to see what you can do with sensitivity for the field and evidence-inspired recommendations for it. I am exploring how we can improve on this, right? And I'm also associated with the Hannah Arendt Institute, of which you've heard Christoph Busch earlier, where valorization is the goal. Valorization in three ways: scientific communication, which has been very, well, easy is maybe not the right word, but most of what we've done in the pandemic years. And education, because we had some education already developed. But then there's a third kind of valorization that's really important. That's the participatory valorization. And this is, we still have a big way to go on that domain to explore how to do it and which is the best approach. And over the past 2 months, I've actually run an experiment with 10 research assistants, of which there are 3 here present today. I can put this off, right? So we've tried out some participatory research. There have been some successes, there have been some failures. And there's always the questions, how far does this participatory research go? Not in, well, to what extent do this use voices in this case that I wanted to bring in really are participating. So therefore, I not only had them collaborate on some research in the past 2 months, but also include them in presenting some results in this conference. And we will be talking much about the method, but also, of course, about the content of what we've been doing. So we have Bilal Mashawi, Mashouchi, Laura Imbrechts, and Laila. She has a beautiful name, but can you tell me because
Laila Odris-El-Bonani.
Right. Okay, so I'll be asking them some questions about what we've been doing, so they have a chance to tell you about the experiences. All right. Okay, so first question, just to get started, what was it like to do research in your own network?
Okay, I found it a great opportunity, and it was very interesting to make a research in a...
Just sorry,
yes.
we don't know you. Can you just present a little bit about yourself?
Okay, short. You want an introduction? Okay, yeah, just very briefly.
Okay, I'm Laila Odris-El-Bonani. I was born and raised in Spain. I'm living in Belgium, and I have Moroccan roots. Do you want to know anything else? Is it enough? Okay, great.
Moroccan, okay. Yeah. Maybe
yes.
You want all of them?
Just Laila.
No, okay, just Laila. Okay.
Just Laila.
Yeah,
yes,
on.
it was interesting to make the research in our own network, online network, because I found myself comfortable, and it was a way to use the same app in a more conscious way, because it's something that we use in a daily basis, and to have the opportunity to be more conscious about it, and to we had an hypothesis at the beginning, and then to make a conclusion. It was great.
I'm Laura Imbrechts. I was born in Belgium, in Mechelen. I don't know if you know the place. I'm 17. Yeah, that's all you have to know, I guess. For me, it was eye-opening to work in my own online network. I saw things I didn't see before, and I looked more. I looked twice to posts where I, in the past, didn't look once to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, I'm Bilal. I'm 18 years old. I go to school in Mechelen named Schippers Institute. I do science with mathematics. For me, it was very educational. It opened a new way to look at posts. Normally, I will just scroll through social media, but this time, with this project, I will look to those posts in a new way. I will try to understand the meaning of those posts and why that person posts that post, or why that person make that video.
Okay. You see, I'm a bit reluctant to have these three living human beings next to me and going to categorize them sociologically for you, so I'll just let them speak for themselves. But the question that is now obviously burning for everybody is, what did you actually do these last 2 months?
So we had a WhatsApp group where there were different members. The members had different ethnicities and different ages, and when we went through, when everyone used an application on social media, and we went looking for posts who were supportive or in a positive way, or posts that can influence in a negative way, and it was always our own opinion, our own vision about what is supportive and what not.
I think you said everything.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the research questions were, and what kind of posts on social media would you find supportive for youth, and which ones would you think are harmful or dangerous? Because we could, as non-youth, go and assume some things are dangerous or harmful, but we never ask the people we intend to change. And now in the future, the city of Mechelen, which is between Brussels and Antwerp, wants to start with online youth work, and they are assuming that violent Islamism and far right and cyberbullying are going to be the issues that we need to protect them from. But we actually had the opportunity here to hear from them without beforehand starting a conversation on violent extremism, and to ask what kind of topics did you think were worthwhile of sharing. So what did you share? What topics were important online?
I found body shaming the most problematic on social media because everyone posts pictures about themselves, and sometimes it can be a form of bullying where someone says. Okay. So I found. Is this the one? So I found social.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I found body shaming the most problematic on social media because everyone posts pictures about themselves, and it can be a form of bullying where someone says inappropriate or negative statements towards someone's size or weight.
One of the posts I found most dangerous was like a post about organization of a rape day where people would come to the streets and like rape people. I know that this might be a joke, but there are people who are influenced like really fast, and it could be really dangerous. And some good posts I saw were like, you can see that some models are fake and like they are using Photoshop and all those things.
We discussed a lot of themes, but what I found more interesting is that social media we can find so many stereotypes that tell us how do we have to live, how do we have to look, and it's something that we watch every day. And when you watch it at your phone, and sometimes you can go to the mirror and look at yourself and yes, I want to be like that. And in a way or another, social media show us how do we have to be for the society vision. And that can be problematic.
Something else? No, it's okay. So indeed, almost all posts that they shared anonymously were, I mean, without that I could see who would have posted it. Most of these posts were about identity, and over half of them were about corporality in some way. So not only body shaming, but also body positivity and appearances, how they were supposed to be. That does not mean that there were no posts about social injustice or racism or Islamophobia. But when I asked them then why they wouldn't post more about that, because we as grown-ups have very rational, good ideas about what that would be the most interesting to post. I found that I had some good reasons to avoid those. Would you care to elaborate?
Why we didn't post?
Yeah. Well, you didn't share more posts about racism or far-right threats or...
Oh, I think it really is because we are so used to it and we don't find it like whoa anymore. Because like body shaming is more like for our generation than like racism, because we are confronted with it like every day.
I think it's a difficult topic because you're always afraid about what the other person is going to think about you and your ideology. But I think it's still a really relevant topic. It's just that it's hard to speak about it with our generation because you're always afraid about what the other person is going to think.
I think it's the same what Laura said. We are just used with it. If I see a racist post, I don't say, wow, what is that? But if I see body shaming, it's what we always, everyone talks about online, everyone posts pictures about themselves, and it's something that we have, or we interact with it.
So if we really want to offer them something that is useful for them, it should be mainly probably about topics that they hand themselves. That doesn't mean that other topics do not have to be discussed, where we also had discussions about environmental problems, and they did care about that too. But you know, if a program, I could also just take out of this mixed group of 10 people the 1 or 2 who are most vulnerable to recruitment, and put all efforts in working with them on possible recruitment into some criminal network. But it's actually very hard to say which two would then be most vulnerable, and in this way, of course, maybe the policy would have more effect because they actually asked for it. Okay, after these research activities, would you say, in general, that social media are a supportive tool or institution for youth, or rather a dangerous one?
I would say both. It can be very supportive, but it can also be dangerous. It depends on which side you are on social media. If you are on a site where you follow a lot of positive people and people of pages will motivate you in life, it can be a good thing. But if you follow negative people, the people are also always negative about things and racist and most extreme racist people, it can be dangerous for you.
Yeah, I think the same. I think it depends on the way you use social media. When you follow a radical person, you will be influenced by them. And if you follow like a vegan person, a person who is vegan, you will like be influenced by them. So it really depends.
I don't think that it only depends on the people you follow. It also depends on who you are. And it also depends on who you are. For example, social media can be more dangerous for children than our age, because there are things that we are used to it, to see it and live with it. But for children, they are just growing, and what they see and what they hear or what they watch on social media can affect them with their growing process. And by that I mean the ideology and the ideas that they get from what they see on social media.
So based on your experience now, if you were to become mayor for a day tomorrow, what services would you have organized for youth online?
So if I was mayor for a day, I would like people to put a label on the posts they post when something is photoshopped, so people are aware of the fakeness of a photo. So when a model is posing in a bikini, you know it's photoshopped, and yeah, children are aware of that it's fake.
Maybe I would put my focus mostly on little children, because we are on our generation where even the most little ones have a phone. Sometimes the little ones also teach the grown-ups how to use some things. So maybe to put more attention on this, or to spread awareness that they're important to know which side of the internet they go on.
I will give a course where the youth are taught how to deal with negative posts online and how to use social media as a positive thing.
Thank you. And so you would also have a broad focus in your approach. And if you were now to be professor for one day, what kind of research would you promote? This kind of research, or would you have a different approach?
I will promote this kind of research because it gives me personally a new look to view on posts online. But I won't use our WhatsApp group, which is very difficult to have a discussion online in chat. I would more than like to have a room where we can talk to each other, see each other, and try to understand each other's opinion. on posts?
Yeah. Also, the subject, yes, because it's an important subject because social media is the future. But as Bilal says, the WhatsApp group wasn't a good idea, and also we were in a group of people who were all thinking the same thing. We were not with like people who are radical or something. So, yeah, we all thought the same.
Yes, I would also support this kind of research. Also, because by the time that I become professor, generations would have grown, and surely another mentalities and another ideologies and new initiatives, and I would also try my best to understand them, because now I'm living from another point of view, and research is always needed to learn from each other.
Thank you. You know what? Something I learned also from your feedback in these few months, that you would prefer talking to friends or family about stuff, and then if you don't have these around, that you would turn to social media, but you will always promote live institutions. Yeah. So this is really an extension of what you are, how you deal with stuff. So you've been quite polite. I think this was a very good tryout, this kind of participatory research. But the WhatsApp group was not the good setting. We're thinking, oh, digital natives, they will talk it all out there. But we probably have to have some regular conversations offline about what they see online. We could try and do it with some with a more less diverse group that could maybe be interesting. I wouldn't say you're all that far from radicality, which is a positive thing. As we saw in the morning, it can be very positive for it. Okay, yeah, so this was our impression of our little tryout. Is there anything we forgot to say?
Well, thank you very much for having been here, for having come to Leuven. It was a real pleasure. I hope you all have a safe flight or trip back. Stay safe and keep the spirits high, I should say, in these very, demanding, volatile times. Thanks a lot, and happy to see you back here sometime in KU Leuven. Bye-bye.